My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and you won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He is so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
She got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a
summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. We are the Texas skyline, Kentucky grass blue. We're the world's best honky-tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go. With a country music song playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood. 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 In
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna try you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your foxtails. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside. But it left long ago. Now tell me how you're gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see you're tearing at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess? You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seemed for me. This is the moment I find the answer. Redefine, hear it in my soul. Redefine what I thought was hard. Hear it in my soul. Hear the thumb of it's up to me.
Tell me.
dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see a red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I try to hide this feeling from myself, but I'm in love with you, baby. I don't want nobody else. I try to forget you, but you're always on my mind. From the minute I wake up in the morning till I lay my head at night. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help
Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you. Do you think that we could move into each other's space now, without a change in mood, without us playing games now? It's you that I've wanted, you make my heart smile. My eyes are begging for more. The way that you move got me feeling wild. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you. When I'm with you. So good, so good. You take my hand, my head spins around. You're in my bed, so baby, let's get high. So good, so good, so good. So good, so good. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you.
You pick me up, you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break as long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show them all that you're gonna shine like a star. Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, you're incredible. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, you're incredible. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
is calling out to me. Yeah, on the strip, walking at 1 a.m. Bright light shining, and I know I am not gonna wanna leave. No, no, not me. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got the suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end?
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad body says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and you won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Backroad you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me. best honky tonk, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina, if there's nowhere else to go, with a country music song playing on your radio. From the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land under green. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to thee. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. We were born in blood. We were born in blood. We were born in blood.
，BLG 我觉得是前期进攻特别强的队伍，然后他们的打架能力很强，然后我觉得我们的打架能力也不差。
我觉得 JDG 的弱点不是很多，但是他们的体系比较少吧，所以我们可以针对一下这个点。
进入4强就觉得都是很顺其自然的，因为我们实力非常强。
我们拿了冠军之后，内心变化还是没有的吧，就还是想拿更多的冠军去追求那最高的目标吧。
虽然我们春季赛没有走到最后，但是夏季赛的话，我自己再打好一点，感觉我可以带我们队员拿到冠军。
在追，还有一批绕到后面，
天罗地网，
想帮他拿5杀。哇 ，Scout 的选手。
刚开始打职业的时候，目标可能就只有冠军嘛，但是现在打多了发现，打好每一场比赛才是拿到冠军最重要的东西。
你的大招可以去进行阻隔，
小天能不能平成？
但是平成不了，大招要给抢到。
我觉得我们现在也是联赛的顶尖战力吧，所以就每个队肯定都会特别针对我们的，就也不要松懈吧，就继续努力，把今年一整年的冠军都拿下。
主要这把他太强劲了。
是的，哎，开团开4个，我的天呐，这死亡绽放呀！这个 Dico。
现在拿2次亚军，其实对我来说没有什么太大的影响吧，因为每一天都在变化嘛，所以我们是不需要有任何压力的，我们就好好的拿出我们最好的状态，打好每一场比赛，我们就赢下最后的冠军。
Double kill， 这波再打一个纯哥甲，那这样的话，看一下这个位置，海克斯是这一下4杀吗？这么高兵，
这里不是我们的终点，我们会继续打下去的。
就是想要去赢下他们。
听到了王朝还没有结束，
没有什么想说的吧，就放马过来吧。
Welcome, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Muchballs. I'm joined by Chamada as we head to our lower bracket finals here in the LPL Summer 2023. And Chamada, for one of the first times I can remember in LPL playoffs, we have not had a rematch just yet. We're here in the lower bracket and we have yet another original matchup for our playoffs.
Wow, So I'm the younger of the two, so I wouldn't necessarily appreciate that as much. But you're right, because even last playoffs when I was here, it was the same thing. It was just rematch after rematch after rematch. So that's kind of incredible. BLG, I guess, you know, are the team kind of hoping for that rematch against JDG. LNG fighting to make it into that top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at our most recent series, though, as we look at the highlights from yesterday, as BLG on a massive win streak, hyped up, first seed coming into playoffs, but once again hit the brick wall that is JDG. They just can't seem to break this mental block.
They just can't, can they? It's like they really are fighting their demons when it comes to taking down JDG. BLG had such a good-looking run up until this point, right? I mean, sure, you could even maybe argue that Top Esports gave them quite a bit of a challenge, despite the scoreline being 3-1, perhaps not being indicative of how that series went wholeheartedly. But coming into JDG, it you know, it felt like a very classic JDG series where sometimes they'll fall behind against their competitor, but then you put them at the 20-25 minute mark and they just win every single team fight for fun. It was a little bit ridiculous to watch at times, but also still very much beautiful. And by the time we got to this final game, you could tell that JDG had fully hit their stride.
And I feel like it's one of these things with BLG and JDG where JDG are like, the odds are 65 to 35 in their favor, right? But the games are always drawn out long enough, and there are enough team fights that 65% is enough that it always comes on through. And JDG just, once again, I feel like drafting, honestly, was where JDG pulled out a lot of advantages in that series. It did feel like they were coming in stronger into a lot of those games. But, man, first 3-0 of the whole of playoffs, and it's in the upper bracket final. It qualifies JDG for the grand finals. What a statement series from them. But now, BLG have to go up against the team that managed to take 2 games off of JDG. So for BLG, despite being kind of the favorites coming into playoffs, despite being the first seed from the regular season, they might be a little bit nervous coming into today.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine, right? Like, it feels like for me, LNG have taken quite a few steps up. They took JDG to 5 games as well. You know, even their top esports series, you could argue they had a better time of top esports than BLG did to a point. So it's definitely something to potentially be a little bit concerned about. We'll see exactly whether or not the confidence has been shaken from BLG, right? Because I think there's one thing that we can, you know, definitely exclaim from hearing interviews and just talking with the players over time, is that this bunch, despite the age as well, are very confident in their abilities to bounce back even from a tough loss like this.
Yeah, this LNG roster, I think the best that the team has put together in quite a long time. And I mean, LNG is an organization that has consistently been defying expectations, not to go too MSI on everyone there, but like back in 2021, round 1 of playoffs, they qualified and managed to make it all the way to the World Championship. Tarzan, that was his first year with the organization. He's been with them since. And, you know, 2022 summer, round 1 of playoffs again, and they made it to 1 game away from Worlds, denied by RNG in that regional final, in that final game of it. And then this year, coming in much stronger in summer. This time they don't have to go all the way from round 1 of playoffs. This time they're the 3rd seed coming on in. And this time, they look like they might be able to make it to finals if they can look as good as they did against JDG, against the team that JDG just destroyed in BLG on your screen.
Yeah, exactly right. LNG, you know, I don't want to say the stars are aligning as if they've never been to Worlds before, right? But in terms of having a lot of faith in this LNG roster, if they were to make it to Worlds, I feel like they have established that faith for a lot of fans amongst the LNG camp. So, like you say, into a BLG who's just come off the back of a 3-0 into JDG, it does feel like a series which they can more than win, right, Joe? So I feel like a lot of that is going to come from the mid jungle, but on the opposite end, you know, Yagao and Shun have been kind of hailed for a lot of people as one of the other best mid jungles in the league as well. So you're still going to have to topple what is a massive behemoth on the opposite end of the rift.
Yeah, I will say, during the regular season, BLG did 2-0 LNG, and I mean, when you look at the stats, it's fairly one-sided in favor of BLG. Despite, you know, us talking about the comparisons with JDG, that's a different team. And in terms of this 1v1, in terms of, you know, BLG this year, I do think they are still a favorite coming on, and you can see statistically absolutely on fire.
And there's one stat I really want to kind of highlight. It's the fact that, you know, the win rate lead at 15, right? The amount of games in percentage that you win at 15 minutes with a gold lead. BLG with a practically, will round it up to say 90%. And they still couldn't close out against JDG, which kind of, again, does make them that big bad boss weighing in the finals. Key player matchup, I think naturally it goes without saying it's got to be the top lane, right? Zuka has had an amazing run in playoffs so far, and well, I don't think we really need to introduce Pin on the opposite end. So I'm expecting this one to be fireworks regardless. And I'm kind of curious, again, as I always am, whenever we have carry top laners specifically, about how both teams are going to play around them when we are in a meta which is so focused around the bottom lane and so focused around, you know, mid priority for dragons, etc. When you've got such an explosive carry matchup on the top side, how do you want to handle that on either side of the matchup?
I mean, this is the big thing to look at, right? When you look at his champion pool for Zika, like you say, this is a carry matchup, and the whole year so far has kind of been a lot of tanks in the top lane, and I don't feel like Zika was really vibing with that. But now, like, Jax is high priority, Cassante is a tank, but there's a lot of playmaker potential, but you can bring these carries out. We've seen him playing Fiora in playoffs as well, and it looked fantastic. I feel like both of these top laners are entering the series with a reasonably similar champion pool, which makes the top lane even more exciting.
Yeah, it really does, right? And I think with the, you know, with things for me at least, like the Renekton being very high priority, like you mentioned the Jax as well, I feel like these are the two picks that are going to be kind of close to pick ban high priority in the first rotations. I typically feel like here in the LPL, teams will be very, very happy to first pick, you know, their top laners a lot of the time if they just feel like the champion is absolutely absurd. And I will also kind of caveat that by also saying, whilst that is true, red side will then also be equally as valuable, right? Having R3 to pick a top laner and then ban out 2 tops, or just straight up R5 a top laner, right? So side select is going to be one where, even though a lot of people are saying blue side is stronger, and you can definitely see by statistics it seems to be, right? Don't be surprised if by the time we get 2 side selects for either LNG or BLG, they start picking red side just for that counter pick from the top side at time to time.
It's been a weird one where across the course of playoffs, for the first, like, I don't know, half, 2/3 of playoffs, it felt like blue side was absolutely dominant. And then the later we go on, the more teams seem to like red side. The more teams are starting to win on that red side and starting to show up on that side of the rift. So we'll have to see. I think when we talk about draft as well, the Tristana is going to be something that I think we need to focus on, especially in the LNG versus JDG series. We saw it flexed into the bottom lane. We saw it mid lane quite a bit. It felt like that pick was sort of a crux for both teams of like, it's like an X factor pick that if you can manage to get it through those bans, like it really can change your entire draft just with how diverse of a pick it is and the fact that you can flex it between mid and bot.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you. It's a very, very powerful champion. It's got very solid matchups with a majority of things in both lanes, right? Both mid and bot. So, you know, the question of priority is definitely going to be an interesting one. I feel like BLG haven't really lent into it too much themselves. So looking towards LNG, I wonder how much of a priority that will be, because it could be something that, you know, if you pull out, you know, in game 1 or maybe even game 2, if you have a solid game on it, all of a sudden it's something that BLG have to consider as a pretty consistent ban, depending on how oppressive and how efficiently you're able to use the pick.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to make it on through today. I'm certainly excited for this one though, just because, I mean, we talked about the top lane already, but pretty much you can pick any lane in this series and you're going to find a banger matchup. Mid lane especially, like Scout, most MVPs in the league for the summer split. Actually, fun stat as well with MVPs for the year. Like Zika and Hung both got 1 MVP for the split. Tarzan only got 2 MVPs for the split. And that sounds like an indictment on them. But actually, it's just because Scout got 14 and Gala got 7. Like, out of the 25 available like game wins for LNG, Scout and Gala swept up 21 MVPs. Like, how do you get a look in when Scout has had the form that he has had this year? Scout is absolutely on fire. And Yagao is kind of on and up as well this year. So I'm really excited for this mid lane, especially for Azir plays. I feel like both these guys, exceptional on Azir. Both of them very willing to go forward to make that engage play on Azir, which can be the difference maker between a good Azir and a great Azir.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I feel like we've had so many like strong Azir players, right? Even outside of this matchup, then you look like lower towards even Xiaohu and Rookie, but between Yagao and Scout, I feel like it's going to be, again, you know, I kind of put it in the same tier as that Tristana, depending on how LNG are going to evaluate this series. Like, if you see teams B1ing it if they're on blue side, don't be surprised. Like, it can genuinely be a bit of a early game, you know, dominant kind of lane pick where you're securing priority very consistently, but then of course the scaling goes without saying when it comes to Azir as well. And I feel like for BLG, considering how that series just played out against JDG, they're probably going to look towards a couple more scaling picks in my mind, right? To kind of give themselves a bit more of a easier foundation to play off of. Like you mentioned, in the series against JDG, it felt like their drafts somewhat let them down, or you can argue maybe JDG were just drafting better flat out. So I expect, you know, a much more stable looking BLG, at the very least for the first part of the series. If we start to get into a very prolonged series, 4 or 5 games, then I can maybe see them looking to play a little bit more aggressively and lean into those tendencies that we know they're happy to play through, you know, very aggressive picks like even Shun's Nidalee, if he really feels like picking it up if the angle lines up right for it.
Yeah, I feel like for BLG, like you say, they're going to be wanting good drafts and they're going to be wanting to get back into finals to try and exact revenge on JDG. And I'm sure nobody wants JDG's downfall greater than BLG does right now. Like, they want to disrupt that golden road. 7 series this year, 7 series they have lost to JDG. That is brutal. And they want to make it back to finals to fight them once again. I want to mention as well, though, that LNG are desperate to make it to finals, because one of the little things I was looking at this morning, championship points, LNG cannot make it to Worlds outside, like, they cannot make it directly qualifying unless they win the LPL right now. If LNG beats BLG today and makes it to finals, even if they lose to JDG and come second, BLG will still have more championship points than LNG will, just because of how many points they got in spring. So for LNG, it's not just a story of today. This is a story of finals as well. LNG have to go the whole distance. They have to disrupt the JDG Golden Road, which they already took JDG to 5 games. And realistically, there was a bit of a throw in there from LNG as well. So it's possible for LNG to still make it as first seed for Worlds. And that is, they have no realistic version where they make it to second seed. LNG cannot qualify for second seed for Worlds. It's either first seed or it's regionals.
Wow. Yeah. When you put it like that, it's almost a bit of a daunting task, right? But like you mentioned, the fact that they were able to push JDG so hard, I feel like in a best of 5, outside of that like first round or 4th round in spring when BLG and JDG originally played and kicked off the rivalry, right? It feels like those are the only 2 series all year long where JDG have genuinely kind of been pushed to the edge. So for LNG, this really could be the moment, like you say, to break apart that golden road. But first, they have to take down BLG.
They certainly do, and it's time to get that series underway. We're going to kick it over to Xi'an, to our arena, and get our lower bracket finals underway.
2023年英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛季后赛，首先让我们欢迎苏州 LNG Esports。 上单紫卡，打野塔尔赞，中单 Scott， 下路 Gala。 辅助航，主教练 Poppy， 接下来让我们欢迎哔哩哔哩 Gaming 平安 Bank。
All
上单冰，打野勋，中单牙膏，下路 elk。辅助 on， 主教练 Tabi， LPL 夏季赛季后赛第11日的比赛将会由苏州 LNG 对阵 BLG 平安银行 ，LPL 5位竞巅峰。
I love Tabe, man. Tabe is just so clean with it. Just drops the OK as he walks out onto the stage. Little smirk on his face. I feel like Tabe at the start of a series always looks like he's just rolled out of bed. But then as the series goes on, it's game face, you know. And I feel like he has been drafted up a storm for BLG. One thing I want to mention on the note of Tabe, actually, is he's up against one of his old teammates, right? Gala versus Tabe, both of them winning MSI together. And now on opposite ends of the scoreboard here as we enter our lower bracket final. Oh, this one's just going to be so exciting, Jamada.
It really is. It really is. And I like that you bring that up as well. Always feel like, regardless of the matchups, when you start to touch these higher ceilings of the LPL, you always end up with, you know, ex-teammate rivalries and such. So I'm sure that'll be playing in, you know, in Tabe's mind and Gala's mind as well. And the fact that they are up against one another, just not quite on the rift between coach and player. But yeah, like you mentioned, it should yield us a banger. Again, considering the previous matchups in the playoffs and how you kind of lean these two organizations up against one another, you just kind of imagine that no matter what, this is bare minimum 4 games, if not just straight up 5 games. It feels like almost just by nature of these two teams going up against one another.
Careful though, don't jinx it. I want those 5 games. Don't say it too many times or it won't happen. I will say though, this is a matchup that's happened fairly recently as well. Back in 2022 summer, we saw these two teams facing off, and granted, pretty dramatically different rosters back then. But it was LNG that managed to knock BLG out, and that was round 1 of summer 2022. That was the first win on LNG's kind of miracle run through to the double elim, and then so close, 1 game away from Worlds that year as well. But then the team that knocked LNG to the lower bracket after their big miracle run through the gauntlet, that was JDG, who 3-0'd them. And once again, LNG would have to beat BLG for the honor of playing against JDG. It all feels just a little bit poetic here in the LPL. And LNG, you know that they want it. And I have to say, Tarzan and Scout, this duo have been my favorite mid-jungle to watch in the whole league. I feel like every single game you watch from them, they find a scrap early. They find themselves a fight in the 2v2. And I'm not saying that they win all of them, but they do win like 98% of them.
They do. It feels like... do you know what it is for me, I think, between Scout and Tarzan? There's this very fine line that they walk between just keeping it very simple, but at the same time, you know, the execution of some of their plays, it feels like the bar to hop over for the execution is so high, but they do it gracefully regardless. So I feel like you mentioned, always explosive. The other thing that I'm kind of wondering about in terms of, you know, we were talking about things like the Azir earlier on, is also the Jace. I feel like that's going to be a pick which could potentially be a very high priority, if not just straight up banned away from LNG, depending on BLG's priorities. Again, I think it's a pick that he's gained a lot of MVPs on as well, Scout, right? We said, what was it, 14, 15 MVPs so far. It feels like a lot of the time it will be on those picks where he can just kind of take over lane as well.
Yeah, again, no slouch on no slouch on the Jace either. Definitely going to be a I mean, I feel like in all series around the world, Jace is a priority pick right now, but with these two mid laners especially, it becomes something terrifying. And we'll see how this one's going to go through. I'm looking towards the bot lane as well, because bot lane has been volatile in the LPL over the course of this playoffs. Like Elkanon, one of our best 2v2s, I think, in the league, like very willing still to play things like the Lucian as well, we've seen coming out from Elk. But Gala and Hung, no, I was going to say no slouches again. I almost said it wrong again. This 2v2 in the bottom side, though, should be quite an exciting one, where both Hung and On kind of had similar trajectories, where they came in as rookies in sort of 2020, 2021, played around some middling teams, and then finally started to come into their own. I feel like this year, especially, On has gone to another level, and Hung, he'd love to prove himself, right? Over the last couple of years, he's been better than the teams he's on. Well, now he's on a great team. Now he's on a roster that can go international, that can win tournaments. He needs to prove that he deserves that spot. And up against On, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, On is one of the best supports in the league. Only missing can deny him that title. We'll see if Hung can hang with the very best.
Ah, see what he did there, Hung. Yeah, nice. I mean, look, I totally agree with you. I feel like my only thing for Hung, and I'm going to be keeping my eye on it throughout the series, is just his discipline with some of his engages, right? I feel like a lot of the times, and for me, I love it when a support wants to throw their body into a play, right? Get things kicked off if it looks good, but he has to have some serious trigger discipline in this series against a team like BLG. You can't afford to, you know, chuck out a dredge line and not only maybe have it miss, but like hit a wall and then all of a sudden you're in the middle of 3 or 4 members. You have to know when your team can follow up, and I feel like whenever Hung is on the ball, he is really on the money, right? And his engages feel pretty much, you know, inevitable and very much you cannot get out of the way of them, but there have been oversteps. So like you say, this is a very good opportunity and a strong series for him to prove himself in that kind of discussion of, you know, pushing himself into that next tier of supports where his name is truly respected.
We'll see if he'll be able to find those moments today. Certainly things like, I mean, there's a lot of playmaking supports available as well. So it should be exciting to see what happens there, what we're going to get coming on through. I want to mention as well the coaches coming in. Both Tabe and Poppy, they built reputations on RNG. And I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that they were on RNG at the same time in 2020. I believe both coaches were a part of the organization simultaneously. So I feel like the drafting is more than just who wins lanes, who's, you know, who comes out of the draft ahead. It's also like a personal head-to-head, that game of mental chess between the coaches, more personal than ever for us today here in our lower bracket finals. I certainly hope we get plenty of games of this one, and I am confident that this is going to not just be like late game scaling like we've seen in some LPL series across playoffs. This is going to be tooth and nail. BLG, a very fast, very aggressive team, and LNG, over the course of playoffs, have shown that they are more than happy to take the early game against these big teams. That was one of the big strengths they had against JDG, was winning out some of those early games, and I'm sure they want to bring that to BLG as well.
Yeah, I feel like LNG, like you mentioned, they'll always be kind of happy to do it. I always think about them in spring again, you know, this year, where they were, to me, the smartest looking team on the Rift, and we'll see whether or not they can flex some of that via some early game plays. But we are in to pick some bans for our first game of this series, Joe, and I think we will be in for a long one. A lot of expected bans already from BLG, Kai'Sa, Jace on red side, Rakan and Jax taken away from Bin and On respectively, alongside your gals, Annie, so a lot of target focus from LNG.
All right, we'll see how this one continues. Maokai still available, but with Jace banned, maybe you don't want to go for that one, although Tristana would still be on the table as well. Azir, things like that could be big, powerful picks as well. I feel like this is a very different draft in that we've got the Rakan in the first phase here. Like things like the Annie being banned away from Yagao. I feel like we're changing the shape of things. LeBlanc open here, and Maokai's made it through as well.
Yeah, Maokai's made it through as well, so we'll see whether or not Scout is just willing to pick up an AD mid alongside that Maokai. BLG, though, banning away that Tristana, putting a lot of respect down there. So what are you feeling? Are you feeling like, you know, Cassante plus Sejuani? Are you feeling, you know, Sejuani plus an AD carry? Do you want the LeBlanc because it's up, right? And you know you can get some very strong side lane play going. I wouldn't mind it into a team like LNG, considering how powerful Zuka has been on so many side lane picks. Being able to potentially have an answer via this LeBlanc in the later stages or in the mid game certainly makes a whole bunch of sense to me. As BLG now search towards that jungle pick, just hovering through a whole list of junglers that Shun can very likely play. I am curious about what he really wants to land on, right? When you're into Maokai, you kind of either want something like this Ivan where you can stand your ground, but with LeBlanc it would feel a little bit awkward, or a big counter-engage tank. Again, like your Vi or like your Sejuani. Shun is having a lot of fun with the
He's having a whale of a time, isn't he? Hovering Master Yi just chuckling away to himself. It is going to be the Xayah locked in the end. Not too surprising to see a Xayah early on in the draft, but there we go. The Shurima solo lanes for LNG, they knew exactly what they wanted. Zika set up on the Renekton, and Scout gets that Azir that we've been talking about already. Now, BLG maybe want to go for a jungler themselves, but you could just lock in your bot duo as well.
Okay, what are these? What are the BLG lads on? Because he shouldn't again. Massive smile on his face. I think it's likely, yeah, just going to end up being something like a Sante or Ornn here for Bin, and a little bit of re-engage, or just generally a very stable lane into this Renekton. But in terms of being able to pull out some of that early aggression, Munch, I feel like LNG are feeling pretty happy, right? They can 4-5 their bottom lane. They've got Renekton on the top side, so that should be relatively guaranteed priority. And then, you know, between Azir and Maokai, there's a lot of setup in terms of, you know, Shurima Shuffle, big ultimate, anything like that for trying to lock down your gal, but then the team fights are always going to be very exceptional if they can make it into the objectives first. So I think for BLG, the only thing they've got going for them right now is that they have their AD carry, and they're going to be able to pinch away at Gala's pool just a little bit to make things a touch more awkward for him. LNG can focus down either the jungle role, which I expect is the more likely of the two, or the support role. We'll see. It's going to be the Kindred ban towards Shun, so I'm expecting another jungle ban to follow up. Maybe something like the Vi just to remove away a facet of lockdown, or of course again the Sejuani for engage.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll ban the Nidalee. I don't feel like this is a huge Nidalee game,
really
to be honest. With a Cassante top and a LeBlanc mid, you wouldn't expect Nidalee, but do you just have to give the respect to Shun anyway, is the question. The Sivir banned away, though. Like, Ashe is still up. We've not really seen much of that. Varus as well, of course, will now be banned away.
Honestly, my bigger concern is that Shun, whenever we pan the camera over to him, is smiling a little bit too much. So maybe
he's loving it.
Maybe he sees the Nidalee angle, you know?
Do you know, there is an angle here for Nocturne, right? I feel like Nocturne could be quite good. You've got a LeBlanc to dive alongside with.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like where BLG are at in the draft right now, they're going to struggle to 5v5, right? I think unless Yagao really gets going and he's able to put down a lot of poke, I feel like realistically, you're probably trying to look more towards side lane, so something like a Nocturne wouldn't be too bad to try and, again, just assist on that department, right? Look for side lane plays in the early stages, post 6, before level 11, and kind of before that 15-minute mark, and then you transition that truly into full-blown side laning. We'll see whether or not Shun wants to lean on it, or he just wants to go towards the Sejuani, right? We kind of mentioned it was either going to be something like that Nocturne for an angle, or you're just looking at true team-fighting junglers, and it seems like it will be the lad that they land on here for BLG. So, LNG, where do they go with their AD carry pool, right? They have the Varus and the Sivir removed away from them. You know, it's kind of now looking towards things like maybe the Ziggs, or things like Zeri here for Gala. That's kind of the things he's defaulted to. Or, of course, the Aphelios, which I feel like sometimes it slips all the way through to the point where, and of course, priority is kind of fallen, that I almost forget it's a champion, but it will be here for Gala. And I think he'll be very, very happy about it. Regardless, as the Rel has somehow made it all the way through the draft. But this will probably give us something like an Alistar for on at 5, and they should feel pretty happy about where they've landed BLG in the bottom side 2v2.
I feel like the meta is really interesting right now, where Rel can go all the way to last pick, making it through this draft. And Rel is such an incredibly powerful pick, and some teams are more than happy to like first pick the Rel. LNG managed to grab it all the way in their final pick of the draft. But here we go. Our first compositions locked in. And it does feel like LNG, really powerful team fighting, right? Scaling carries in both mid and bot. They've got the Rel, they've got the Maokai, with the Renekton for a point of strength in the top side. But BLG as well, certainly no slouches. With a Sejuani and a LeBlanc, their early game mid jungle is going to be powerful.
Yeah, definitely can be. I feel like Sejuani, a lot of the times, you know, you can just kind of sit there, farm it out, wait till 6, then you've got the Glacial Prison for the additional lockdown, but you can look to really put some pressure down on the lanes if the setup is there for it. I feel like the bottom side is going to be one where I'm expecting a lot of action. The top lane, you know, if the Renekton finds a couple of favorable trades, then perhaps maybe Tarzan looks up there for something along the lines of a dive. But beyond that, I feel like, yeah, realistically, we're looking probably at bottom lane, because I feel like Alistar, Rel, very volatile. Mid lane as well, like you mentioned, because of the setup from the Blanc. I'm looking more towards Yagao to get towards that static Shiv, ASAP and then free himself up to start roaming towards the side lanes, set himself up for, you know, a lot of mid-game success, try and build up a massive CS lead so that he can have the teamfight impact that he's going to have to need to match the Azir in these teamfights from Scout.
We need to see a big game here out from Yagao. He's got that LeBlanc. He's been answered with Scout's Azir, one of the most terrifying Azirs on the planet. Yagao has to make things happen. I'm looking at our 280 carries as well. Both players that have made a massive name for themselves at MSI respectively, right? Elk this year coming onto the scene, very much kind of making himself known to the world, but Gala's been there and done that. 2 years in a row, he won MSI with RNG and built that name for himself. Let's see if he can do it here in our lower bracket final. It's BLG versus LNG. We've got two compositions with quite different win conditions. We'll see which one can come out on top here. All the way across the scoreboard. This is going to be a banger. I'm hoping for 5 as we head into game 1.
I'm not one to bring up crowd favorites, Munch. But I feel like there's one team that the audience in-house in Xi'an wants to win a little bit more than the other. BLG faithful out. In force, to say the least, perhaps. A game 1 win from LNG could maybe hush them and inspire a little more fight from the LNG side of things.
I've got to be honest, I feel like that has just been the story of LNG over the last few years, is that they never seem to be the crowd favorites. Like, remember 2021, all the way from round 1 of playoffs, making it to Worlds, and I don't think anyone in the world, except for maybe Gulborg, believed in them back then. And 2022, round 1, all the way to regionals, 1 game away from Worlds, and once again, I don't really feel like the crowd was behind them. And now here, 2023, and they're in the lower bracket final. This time they didn't have to go from round 1. This time they've come in as the 3rd seed for playoffs, but this time they're against the 1st seed, and they need to prove themselves. They need to prove that crowd wrong.
They do. Not to rehash your point from earlier, but they do have to defy, at the very least, the in-house expectations here. As a... Oh! Wait, what?
A bit wonky in the bottom lane here, as we're all just kind of clicking around.
So can you miss that wall attack if they go... I've never seen that happen before. That was kind of weird, but hey, I guess that's how the interaction works.
Yeah, I guess if the auto cancels, maybe it just... You just miss out. I don't know. I've never seen that before.
We'll have to get our cancel specialist on the hotline, aka Caterer, at some point. Maybe he knows. But yeah, early game should be relatively tempered. I feel like both these junglers, well, actually, as I say it, I've just realized Shun going for a really aggressive path. And I mean, this is something that can happen a lot of the time. Renekton will trade very aggressively early on, can get punished. No dashes now, just a flash.
In all kinds of trouble. Flash already going to be used, and I mean, Shun's happy with that, right? Like you say, aggressive path up to the top side and instantly gets a flash. Look where the wave is. This couldn't be worse for Zika.
Yeah, it's going to feel really bad. You wonder if Tarzan's going to get called up here maybe just for a little bit of support. That ward in the Tribush should probably give LNG enough information and reaction time, considering where Tarzan's at right now, to actually react just in case there is a regank here. But I doubt Zika should be able to just about get this wave in relatively comfortably and then probably look for a reset just because he knows that Shun is still going to be on the top side of the map. Doesn't really want to play with fire.
He doesn't. Shun's return to his jungle, though, wants to get those chickens on cooldown, so they'll respawn at a similar time to the Krugs. Zika moves down to spot out. In fact, no, just to recall. As Tarzan will move over to the Scuttle Crab. They realize Shun isn't here for the time being, and he'll be okay to get his reset off. So, Bin, in the meantime, is absolutely chilling in the top side. Not going to try and push the wave or anything. Just going to hold it as long as he can in this spot. It will slowly push out away from him as Scout getting caught out by Yagao here, trying to set up for Tarzan. Yagao winning out these trades in the early game.
Yep, just a bit. He's got... Now, whilst this trade looks good, remember Bin does have teleport and will be looking to reset. Shun, oh, he's going to path off the side of the scuttle, so he's not spotted. This is troublesome for Zika.
This is real bad for Zika. He needs to make a miracle happen. The shield comes out from Bin to protect him, and Zika suddenly realizes he is up a creek and he does not have a paddle here. The stun's going to come on through Zika. Locked up. Bin jumps back in, and that's first blood. Shun with a beautiful repeat gank. BLG making it look easy.
Spoke about in the pregame how when you've got 2 carry top laners, how much attention do you want to give them? It seems like the answer from Shun is a lot. Now, down here on the bottom side, maybe Tarzan has something to answer for.
Tarzan wants to make something happen, and he'll get a flash out from On, but is that enough to answer the first blood? I'm not sure.
Nope, I'm not too sure it will be. I feel like giving Bin a lead like this is one where he's going to be very happy to navigate out. He's missed so much XP, actually. This is a huge crash. This is one of the worst feelings. If you play top lane, you've teleported back, right? If you got like a wave 3 or 4 crash and then it's bouncing back and then you get ganked and die and you miss that wave, it sucks. I hope the observers click on Bin, because you can see he's already level 5. Basically 60% of the way for Zika to get to that level 5 mark.
Look at this. Look how one-sided the 1v1 is. Zika's still going for it. There are no jungles here, and Bin has just decimated him. That's 2/3 of Zika's health as Bin's going in for a little bit more. Oh my god, Bin still has his flash, remember. This could be a solo kill, Zika. You got to be real careful here, buddy. As the wave is pushing towards Bin once again.
It's just a bit awkward. The threshold means that Bin maybe, you know, if it's a misstep from Zika, he can definitely do it.
It's a cage match. It's an absolute cage match up top. Bin's accidentally cleared the wave in the trades, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, Zika has to reset. Hold on a minute, Scout.
Scout? Oh, he's locked up. The Yagao flashes over the wall, but he can't find it. And now he's in a bit of a bad spot as Hung moves in, but it will be Scout walking away with his life. And actually, Scout didn't flash. Yagao did.
Yep, exactly. So Scout feels alright with this trade, but look what's going on in the top lane, man. It's an absolute
double CS.
He's double the yeah, exactly. 50 CS up. They're gonna catch him in the middle. Oh, guys, come on. This is mean.
Oh, Tarzan's here though.
Brutal. I mean, yeah, Tarzan can be here, but the thing is, Zika without level 6 and Bin having all out just makes this such a one-sided affair. And if it wasn't one-sided enough, Yagao's here too.
Yagao's coming on over. All out available for Bin here as they're going to be looking for the stuns, for the roots. Tarzan will be locked up as well. But, I mean, sure they don't get a kill, but look, more minions are tied to the tower.
Know what? I feel like they saw all of Zika's previous series and just went, yeah, we can't let this guy play the game. Nope, 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 absolutely not. And I mean, Bin is like a full level up now. A complete full level for sure. I'm not even, we have to click on Zika again to see where exactly he is in terms of progress to level 6 at least, but
I mean look at Bin's XP, right? He's almost level 7.
Yeah, that is, it's not a good sight if you're
all in. Gala's level 6 here, On's in all kinds of trouble. No flash available for him. Feathers come back for Elk, but look at the damage out from Gala. Don't finish the kill off, and On walks out with his life. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that they get away with that one without flash.
Yeah, so am I, but I mean, LNG, they have to continue to try and force through the bottom side, in my opinion. Now the top side, oh, hello, there you go. Talk about force. Flash and cleanse blown from Elk. So now Tarzan, I feel like as soon as he hits the level 6 mark, he has to come down here. He has to punish Elk ASAP, because the top side is a lead that's not going to be overcome anytime soon. And LNG need to make up some gold somewhere. Some kind of lead, considering what is happening in that top side matchup to Zika.
I love that Shun is just, his whole game plan right now is topside dominance. As On moves into this mid lane to try and hold the wave for Yagao. Doesn't have TP available right now, so just wants to try and keep those minions there while Yagao moves over. Herald is up onto the map. We've not seen either team even look at Drake so far. But Herald, with the amount of topside presence from both teams, could be it On. Knocked back, uses the headbutt to get back over the wall and sets up for the kill onto Scout. Flash out of the play here from Scout, and he will survive for the time being, but my god, On just served Scout up on a silver platter.
Oh god, what a monster On is with that play. I mean, good thing Scout didn't use the flash earlier in that exchange, right? Has it now. Otherwise, he was certainly dead. Hex flash in the fake. Man, On is just feeling himself. He's just like, hey, I might go in. But now BLG with that chunk out and the flash force should be able to just turn around, look towards the Herald, right? Bin can secure priority basically whenever he feels like it. Will it be traded out for the Dragon? At the very least, LNG will start this one up. Seems like it will just be that first objective trade between the two teams here. But my concern is that for BLG, first Herald means plates, and given what just happened to the top side and the tower,
yeah,
how much further ahead are they willing to push Bin, and how much further behind are they willing to set Zika with that objective? And of course, don't forget Yagao moving towards that stack Shiv. He's already got priority in this mid lane. It's going to continue to get worse, and more pressure will be put up here towards the top lane.
That's another plate for Bin. Zika just trying to survive, almost 30 CS down at this point. And while the Herald is taken, I feel like Shun probably doesn't drop it top, right? You could try and set up Yagao with some plates, maybe get some gold into Elk's pocket, because let's be honest, Bin has this matchup now. Bin doesn't need the plates. Like, Bin is going to win the 1v1 pretty much for the rest of the game at this point, unless something goes dramatically wrong.
He's already
like you
got
could.
Yes,
it's not even 10 minutes yet. Now we're 10 minutes into the game. He managed to beat it to the 10-minute mark with his mythic. That is something else from Bin. And I want to remind everyone as well that On is on the Alistair. We just saw him out playing Scout on the pick. We saw what the man did to Rookie in the series against Top Esports on that Azir, to be very specific. Herald comes down in the bottom side as they look to set Elk up with a bit of gold.
Yep, a little bit of a cash injection here into Elk, an additional half a plate. So Elk feel good about that. I was hoping that maybe he wouldn't drop it as fast, because I was wondering about you know, whether or not it would be a mid lane drop as well, because there is a general lack of wave clear on the side of BLG, right? So if you can crack that mid lane wave, or the mid lane tower super early on, with perhaps a second Herald after the first one, if you're to secure both, then I always feel like if you're up against more wave clear, if you're able to break that tier 1, you always get a little bit more freedom on the map to move. So it won't be that option though. BLG will just give more gold over to Elk, and Static Shiv just got completed by Yagao. So once he returns to the mid lane, I expect priority basically to be wholeheartedly his, and that's when I feel like, again, LNG will be put under a little bit more pressure in this early stage of the game. But again, you have to remember, because of the way that, you know, competitions work and such, if LNG can kind of, you know, stay top side removed, you know, gold even, you've got Flios, you've got Azir, you've got a lot of frontline and engage, you're always going to be able to play out team fights. It's just about ensuring that you have the correct kind of setup which is favorable to you as a, yeah, Zika just can't trade at this point in the laning phase.
Yeah. That was rough. And I feel like the way that this game is going is like kind of classic BLG, where some teams will really challenge BLG and fight them in the early game, but if you don't, this is what happens. They're 2,000 gold ahead with just 1 kill on the board. It's just passive lane advantages. It's plates across the board. It's been absolutely dominating the lane matchup with the help of Shun in that early game. And they'll find one lane that finds a big advantage, and they'll just snowball it out of control. And they don't need a million kills to find that snowball. They're not super reliant on the scraps. They're just good at the early game.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see there from Tarzan's, you know, kind of half posturing off the back of Gromp. They don't even feel confident that they can take a 2v1 into Bin. Bin is just that far ahead now. So, yeah, neither do I.
I'm going to be honest. If Bin's 0-0-0 with no items, I'm still not confident I can 2v1 him. Like, he's just a monster, isn't he? Yeah, kind of trading aggressively. This first trade was taken by LNG to start us off, but the next one up in 90 seconds, which is a minute before Herald, so it could be a point of contention.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe if the dragon isn't taken up super quickly, though, however, we could just see another cross map like that first dragon and first Herald. I feel like if BLG are willing to give up 2 dragons, it would be a little bit of a point of concern for me, just because, again, I feel like the team fighting, you know, 5v5 from LNG, just that flat value should be a little bit stronger for them, but it will always come down to things like setup, how the fights start off, as Tarzan could be caught out here.
Yeah, they've committed onto him. The aftershock means he's difficult to find a pick onto. Vision denied, though. Tarzan tries to move in, hung alongside him. Yagao doesn't really have the damage to deal with these tanks. Elk has moved down to the bottom side to make sure that him and his team have prior, but with him there, LNG feel confident to muscle their way into the river. Yagao jumping over, though. BLG have managed to defend their position.
Yeah, they have for now. And they're just going to hold this line. So it seems like, to me, BLG not willing to give up that second dragon, like we was talking about, right? Give up that second dragon, you put yourself on, you know, somewhat of a, I wouldn't say a soft time, but perhaps just a little bit more pressure than you'd be willing to give over. As LNG just trying to kind of man mark wherever BLG could exit the river. Try and win a bit of bot side priority, but the wave will be cleared away quite quickly on Hung. What do you want to make of this?
Good bit of damage onto the horsey. With red and white weapons, Gala's feeling pretty strong. I'm not sure how much ammo he's got left on his white gun. That's been there for a little while. But he's using the red for now. I think he wants to have that last bit of ammo to potentially get the chakrams out, get some big damage for a team fight. But I don't know, it feels hard to contest, doesn't it, from LNG?
Yeah, a bit awkward as well, because what actually happened there, Zucker got a big wave of tempo. Ooh. Hello.
Flash from Gala, but in the meantime, they've just shredded Hung. Kraken Slayer. Boy, has he found a squid for himself. That's a kill for Elk.
Yeah, really well played by On as well. Just everything about that engage. Q, Flash as well come out. Ultimate to break the chain CC. Excellent stuff. And he secures his AD carrier kill in the 2v2. Now they can look towards pressuring this tower even further. It's so low already that just with Shun's presence, they should be able to break that one down. Gala's yielding it as well with no flash. Should be BLGs for the taking. So nice sequence of play here for BLG. Getting the dragon, stopping LNG from getting that one stacking, taking this tower, and then it seems like to me they're even going to be able to get the Herald as well. And they might just have their hand in the cookie jar a bit. Been starting up early, but you know, they'll be able to get the rotation through.
I just love that Bin is like, my whole team is bot side taking a tier 1 tower and diving. This is probably a good angle for me to solo Herald. Tarzan obviously checks him, Bin will walk away with his life, just being a bit cheeky with it. But BLG, like you say, they can move over and they can wrestle for this objective as well. They're 4,000 gold up at this point in the game. LNG, this one feels like it's running away from them.
Yeah, it really doesn't. How do you skirmish now with this super fed Cassante at this point? Zucker's got to go catch the wave, and On should just about play bodyguard for this entrance here into the river. You never really want to let LNG cross that choke. If they ever enter the choke, they just get engaged on instantly. Let's see how it plays out. Teleport's coming down, so is the Tarzan ultimate.
Engaged from Hung, roots across the team as well. On is low and taken down to start us off. It's a good start, but instantly answered, and that's the jungler down. Zika trying to 1v1 Bin as the Herald actually resets here, and LNG grouped up strong. Bin tanking for the time being as Shun looks for a way into the fight, but he's being denied. He doesn't have his ultimate, and it's Herald taken for LNG. Bin forced out the back of the pit, and BLG finally checked.
Big thing there for BLG was the fact that On didn't have the ultimate, so LNG was so happy to just see him tank up the Tarzan ult to try and keep Elk from having to blow any summoner spells or an ultimate, and they just kill him, and as soon as On's dead, there's no real turn threat from the rest of the team, and Zuka kind of collapsing a little bit on the pincer despite being man-marked by Bin. It's a very, very easy team fight that LNG happily approach. Really good stuff from them, and they secure the Herald crucially to stop that snowball from BLG yet again.
Yeah, and I feel like that second Herald, often not... A lot of the time, I think, when you're watching at home, second Herald doesn't feel quite as valuable as the first because there's no plates, but when you're a team like BLG, the snowball potential of that second Herald is something else. Those feathers from Elk are gorgeous.
Everything about this play from both sides, honestly. Gala flashed the headbutt pole combo, but then On actually, like, with discipline, and then pretty much a Captain Jack from On as well, on the ult. From that Hung Q to immediately re-engage. Everything was excellent, and like you mentioned as well, Elk too, so everyone's on the ball. 17-minute 2-item Zaya. Not too shabby from Elk.
Yeah, I was about to say, as we talk about him, the Navori finished off. There's such a huge spike. Look how far ahead of Gala he is right now. That is a terrifying situation to be looking at if you're a fan of LNG. They do have the Herald, but it's in the pocket of Scout, so it can't necessarily be as flexible with the Herald as you would like. Because once again, Bin just continues to put on solo pressure. This time looking for a red buff. Elk in the mid lane on there to protect him. Hung has to crash down away from the play as BLG start to threaten a tier 1 in the mid lane. Who needs Herald?
Yeah, who needs Herald? Just makes life too easy. Who cares? We'll see the red buff stolen away. Bin's even going to pick up the gold and the XP for it.
Bit of health regen.
Bit of health regen, as it were. And he's going to sit comfortably in that 1v1. Already, red buff is just going to make it even more annoying. So, BLG objectives. 1 minute away, it'll be that Cloud Dragon and Cloud Rift that we're working with. So, you know, not the most combat-heavy soul when you've got champions like who we have on the Rift, but definitely some uses for a good couple of champions here on BLG. I wonder if they're going to be willing to just continue this priority here in the mid lane. Seems like maybe a counter engage as they try and greed for it a bit.
Feathers still available. Elk gonna hold on to that ultimate. Tarzan trying to threaten as surely On can just tank this. For one last auto from Elk. There we go, tier 1 taken down. And BLG with a tier 1 taken in the mid lane. With Drake going over in 30 seconds, they should feel good for a second.
Yeah, they should feel good. A little bit awkward that Elk had to blow the cleanse though. I wonder if that's gonna come back to bite him. If there's an all-out contestation from LNG, but the issue is BLG have crept 5k gold ahead, so do LNG really feel like they can even fight at this point in the game, right? 2 items on the Xayah on the opposite end. Just went back and finished up boots. Whilst Gala still kind of stringing together for a second item. And again, with Scout having this Herald, it seems like maybe LNG a little bit more invested in looking for a topside play, but Yagao, stack shiv, a lot of wave clear, he can W forward quite far. Look for the wave clear at a very safe distance. But he is looking for a reset right now, so a bit awkward. I think that the read here from BLG is that they can see LNG might have a Baron angle in this very weird world if they hard commit to the bottom side, so they don't really want to give it up. Plus the Herald as well, they're worried about the cross map, so trying to match numbers right now, and it could have just cost them a little bit here.
Oh, Scout down to half. He goes for the ultimate, but Shun somehow managing to dodge it. I'm not sure if he queued over or not sure. Didn't seem to get knocked back though. Scout has to drop the Herald. Yagao trying to threaten him, but zips on back. Big level of pressure up here, but Tarzan is kind of alone on the front line. Has that aftershock, but is that going to be enough? Rooted up here. They can't get the autos in for the Sensuality passive. There we go. They finally get the stun and force a flash out from him, but Scout, half HP from the previous play, has to dash out of the play. And now Zika in the middle of everyone, but he's 1v5. He just can't do it, and the feathers fly back in. Shun chasing down onto Gala. One more auto will set up the stun on, charging in for the headbutt as he protects his jungler. It's a good Calibrim. Gala's getting some damage out, but feels like the fight was lost before he could even get involved.
Whoa. Calm down, BLG. Starting the Baron off the back of that. I mean, like you're saying though, Joe, for LNG, it felt like no one could really get involved together, right? Everyone a little bit too scattered, but also in that same breath, BLG not able to lock down a couple of members you really feel like they should have deserved to have locked down Gala. Kind of get saved a bit by that headbutt on the back end. Either way, very happy to step away from this and potentially just pick up this dragon for free.
Yeah.
Yagao's going to come in and check it. And the rest of BLG don't necessarily want to give this one up. Yagao, a lot of CC here. But not enough damage.
Back in the end of Elk. Oh my
oh
god.
My god.
Yagao was just a distraction. Do you know what they call that? Classic misdirection from Yagao. Keeps them distracted. Look at this hand. Look at the LeBlanc. And then suddenly Xayah flies in and annihilates them.
Something about smoke and mirrors, and this could just turn into a Baron as well. I mean, there's a ward here, so LNG will know it's going on, but the reality of the situation is, can they stop it? Tarzan's not got ult for maybe 20, 30 seconds or so. He's also in base, so this just looks like a very free Baron that LNG are going to be willingly giving up here. Tier 1 will be traded, I guess, but BLG are just growing this gold lead at a ridiculous pace.
Yeah.
5.5k at least. As let's look at this top side fight, because it was a pretty lengthy one. Tarzan in the midst of it for a while. Teleport comes in really early from Bin, and that kind of signals LNG to back up, as it takes almost an extra 2 seconds to come through. Always take a very long time to lock down Tarzan up there, but then Elk in a bit of an awkward position, pinched away, has to flash ult. But yeah, you can... excellent stuff again.
It's just like the killer instinct there from Elk, right? Like, even though he's not on the Kai'Sa, he's still like, he's running away, he has to use the Featherstorm, and then he flashes at Scout to try and pull the feathers in to try and find a pick. Like, he doesn't have a retreat mode, does he? He just is always fighting. Like, he might be fighting backwards towards his team, but he's still fighting.
You know, whenever you're playing like Battle Royales or anything and someone's super aggressive, you refer to it as, you know, they love to W key. Like, just move forward. It feels like for every direction that Elk goes, it is forward. Like, regardless of whether or not it's technically backwards, he's always looking to make a play if he can. BLG looking to make a play as a team, looking for this mid tier 2 on. The Hex Flash over the wall and just force people back. So this is about taking out those tier 2 structures that LNG have been holding on to for a while. A little over 90 seconds on this Baron. We'll see what exactly they can get done. This should be about suffocating LNG out. They have a massive gold lead, but again, without, you know, a solid amount of wave clear. The dive potential there for BLG, but kind of risky into a Felios, Sazir, and Rel. This should be a relatively slow Baron unless LNG overstep their bounds.
Yeah, I will say, LNG's late games have been pretty good. They have had some phenomenal games when it comes to that, and certainly have scaling in terms of that Aphelios, in terms of the Azir. But the thing is, the Azir only just on 2 items. Aphelios still not even there. 1.5 for Gala. Does not feel like enough because Elk has almost finished his 3rd item at this point. Like, scaling is a potential factor, but we're talking like 15-20 minutes in the future. I don't know if they'll last that long.
Yeah, me neither. At this pace, BLG are setting in the game. I feel like Elk, I mean, he's just gone back for the Lord Dominic, so he is just truly 3 items. Sure, Gale Force has finally picked up, but it's still a whole item difference between the 2 AD carries, which is just something that's not going to be overcome anytime soon, plain and simple.
Yeah. Shun fighting for wards here, despite the fact that 2 of the players from BLG are nowhere near the play. They're still returning from base, Elkin on. And Yagao still happy to put pressure on Bin, still pressuring in the mid lane as well. And Shun setting up vision. As Elk now moves down, this bot tier 2, surely undefendable. 10 seconds on the Baron though. Perhaps if they can clear this wave, they'll be able to protect the tower. Yagao threatening a dive here, but LNG, they call the bluff, they hold strong, and they defend their tier 2. In the meantime, mid inhib down to a 3rd.
Yeah, mid inhib down to a 3rd. I mean, this is the only issue, right? BLG diving this composition ahead or not is a very risky affair. So for LNG, if they're grouped up, they'll always be fine. But this is something they can't really do much to stop unless it's a grouped up LNG. Is Yagao just hello? Kind of forcing
trying to make a play here. It's TP out from Bin. Zika forced out. They're going to just threaten the inhib, aren't they? As LNG still trying to defend the tier 2 at the bottom side. Elk still pressuring onto that one. The solo laners of BLG putting so much pressure onto LNG. They have to find an answer, but like you say, they're split apart. This composition isn't fantastic. They're trying to play multiple lanes. They want a 5v5, and BLG, there's no universe where they give it to them.
Yeah, it's just a lot of posturing from BLG, right? Where they're just like, we might go in. You have to stay here now. And they eventually secure this tier 2 all the while Yagao. Again, going back to those smoke and mirrors, right? All of that posturing is going on from BLG. They're able to secure, rather. Goodness me. Mid lane tier 3. So,
yeah.
Feels good. And now they can just retreat back to the Dragon, go for a reset, kind of do whatever they want. And yeah, feels like LNG are just stripped for options now.
Yeah, they really are. Like, for me, at this point, I feel like BLG have won this game unless they go out of their way to lose this game now. This one's pretty much in the bag. And I feel like for BLG, it's a really nice, confident start to a series that you can, like, with the way that the results against JDG went for both Scout, come on, man. DPS check, can you get the resetting grump? Yeah, with the way that those series went against JDG, it's a question of, like, you know, was LNG a favorite coming in today? BLG say no to that, but also show that, like, this year for BLG, the first split, spring, the miracle run during playoffs, then going to MSI, making it all the way to the finals. There's been a lot of LPL teams that have had a really good split into an international, into great success, but then fallen off immediately. It's been a flash in the pan, you know? And I feel like for BLG, this summer split is very much like confirmation that they are a great team, that wasn't a one-time thing, that they are going to be going to Worlds looking confident. The only way they don't immediately qualify to Worlds is if LNG wins the LPL, and then JDG would get that second seed. So BLG feeling confident that they will make it to Worlds, and they want to look good going there. And they do feel like they are still that team from MSI. They are still that team from Spring. If anything, they've got better since then.
Yeah, exactly. They've continued to grow throughout. And that growth has, I suppose in a way, over the course of the year, if you're waging it on the first half, a little bit unexpected, but since that growth has come in, it's been nothing but an unstoppable force. Looking for plays now. Gala.
Oh, Gala flashes, but Bin gonna chase him, hung over the wall to try and protect the AD carry. Magnus Storm used defensively as well as they fight for vision. In the meantime, Yagao's been forced to flash. Scout finding an attempt on the top side there. Yagao does have the TP. He'll be able to reset and get himself back into the play. Baron now being pinged and BLG setting up, but this could be the 5v5 that LNG want. However, with Magnus Storm and Empress Divide on cooldown, I don't really know if this is even
Baron's dead.
fightable. Baron's already gone. And now the roots come in. I don't know if they'll be able to find this fight though. Tarzan going to be on his own. Yeah, there we go. BLG another one. I mean, this is just brutal. This is absolute decimation of game one.
This has been a shellacking. Nothing more, nothing less. LNG, it feels like they're just waiting to be mercy killed at this point by BLG.
I just want to remind everyone, like, this is the team that took JDG to 5 games in game number 1 of the lower bracket finals of the LPL, and BLG are, what, like 12,000 gold ahead at 30 minutes with only 6 kills. This is a pure macro win. Like, I mean, this is something else.
Not going to be a game on Andy, but this is a very, very impressive performance from BLG. And I think LNG are just a little bit stunned, right? After all of that top lane focus, they never had an answer for the rest of the map, and it felt like it started to bleed out to the rest of the map for BLG. LNG just, at this point, just make a fight happen. Just do it. I don't think you can wait any longer. BLG will just slowly chip away and end the game. See if you can find an angle look like. I mean, your gal's on the bottom wave right now. Try and force a 4v5, right? Like, this is about it. This is all you can really hope for. But they're just not able to do it.
Scout has the most MVPs of the split. 14 across the regular split. And he's on 3 items on that Azir. He's on that signature pick. This could be the only way for LNG to get themselves back into the game, is some kind of miracle coming out from him. Set up from Zika, from Hung, from Tarzan. Then Gala in the back line, wailing away. Let's see if they can find it on the target. Magnet Storm in has been retreats. There's one onto On. Scout still going strong for the time being. Full HP as he looks towards Elk as well. Dodges the feathers. I'm keeping my eyes on Scout here because these Sand Soldiers are making it happen. This ain't 5v5. He's got so many soldiers, but it doesn't matter because there's even more feathers. Elk is looking for a little bit more. Triple kill comes in. Zika shuts him down in the end, but the rest of the team can cut LNG to pieces. It's a beautiful fight from BLG. In the end, Scout tried his damnedest, but it's BLG taking game 1.
For a breath, once Elk flashed forward, you can almost see an angle for a pentakill there. Can you joke? Doesn't come to fruition, but they get all 5 kills. They'll take down the Nexus in game 1. And it was a absolute spanking to start off this series. LNG need to regroup and very quickly refine a formula that can bring them to contest BLG.
Yeah,
they are looking to bounce back.
I feel like sometimes you get games that are very one-sided, and it's like they're going to go backstage and the coach is going to, you know, rail them, like tell them what they're doing wrong. I feel like for this one, LNG needs to go backstage and Poppy needs to console them. Poppy needs to like rub their back gently, give them a cup of hot chocolate or something. Like this was brutal. There's no, like, you got to emotionally recover after a loss like that.
You know, like you see a kid trip in the park, and then the parents like, "Hey, man, it's okay. Look, these things happen. You know that that's what I feel like is about to happen backstage."
Actually, so using toddler logic, right? The best way to deal with a toddler that has just fallen over and hurt their knee is to laugh about it. Because then the toddler will just see you laughing and be like, "Oh, this is funny," and start laughing.
Okay.
If you get really concerned real quick, they start crying. Them's the rules. So maybe Poppy has to come in, like, they come into the backstage room, Poppy's just like laughing his ass off, just like absolutely in hysterics. And maybe that's the way. Bring the spirits back up for LNG. Hey, he's got to do something.
It's like those fighting shows, right? Or anime where it's like the main character is so clearly outdone. He just laughs as well. It's like, well, I guess this is just how it's gonna be. But you are right. There something has to change. I think realistically, this wasn't a draft issue per se. This was just BLG coming in with a very set game plan and going, Zucker, you're not going to play League of Legends today, buddy. This is game 1. You're not showing up. You might as well have not loaded in. And there wasn't really a cross-map answer. That it's very hard to punish your Gao in the mid lane as well. Even if you've got Maokai, it just feels like there's not enough damage between Maokai and Azir very early on. And then the 2v2, I suppose, to a point was punishable, but it never really felt like LNG put the eggs in the basket to really try and make that happen, right? Try and shut down Elk. So it's not as if there weren't any answers. It just feels like BLG played with such efficacy in the top side that when you lose so much gold so quickly, trying to actually punch back with as much force feels like a very impossible task. Just, again, by nature of some of the lane states and, again, how quickly BLG, rather, were willing to put Zika behind.
Do you want to know the extra fun thing about like the repeat ganks on top side, on putting Zika so far behind, is that Shun and Zika used to be teammates. These two players had their first split together on IG, and Shun, he's not letting Zika forget that. He's basically second top laner for the first half of that game. Elk, massive damage by the end of things, and again, Shun choosing to drop that Herald towards Elk, choosing to play a little bit towards bot side after setting Bin up in the cage match, then moves back down towards the bottom side and gets both sides of the map ahead.
Yeah, I think that was the very obnoxious thing about Shun's pathing this game, was that like the top side ganks had so much, weight behind them. It felt like every single time that Shun appeared in the top side, like if you might as well just like rob the Zucker of 500 gold each time, right? Yeah, excellent stuff from him, and the fact that he was then able to transfer it down to the rest of the map was nothing short of a bit of a jungle masterclass this game. And again, LNG, no answer. Yeah, it's a bit of a hard game to break down when something like this happens, because it's not really one where you can inherently fault the draft. Do I feel like the LNG perhaps lent a little bit too far into the hard scaling department? Maokai, Azir, Aphelios? Yes, sure, but at the end of the day, it's not like they didn't have options to try and punish, right? And it feels like, again, those avenues weren't necessarily explored, and it just gave BLG a little bit too much freedom whilst already growing their own lead naturally in the top side.
Yeah, and I just want to mention as well, LNG chose blue side for this one. BLG absolutely destroying them on the red side. We'll see which sides our teams end up for game number 2. But LNG, they got plenty of veterans on their team. You expect them to come in fresh for game number 2 with a fresh mentality. And I hope they've got more in the tank. I hope we can see something different, because the full scaling is not working. We're jumping into a break. We'll find out what happens in game 2.
A lot of plates over here, though. Oh, Dredgeline going wide, too. 369's taken, despite this is a 2v3 that JDG are opting into. The dominance, they're on top of the equalizer. Here comes Missing over the top rope. And JDG, they give him the TKO. That's a huge moment of JDG step up, and the charm on the back end. All of that lead that LNG had is dust in their fingers.
Oh, what's going on? I mean, they're still waiting. They've got 15 seconds on the buff, but surely Weibo just repeat what they've been doing, but with no shine, maybe tanking is a little bit more difficult. 10 seconds on the Elder.
10 seconds, they're looking for it. Shurima stop! They found it! It's now ultra-light though. These health bars are so damn low, but Zika's got himself the Dragon's War, and that's it. It's over.
Uzi now joining up as well. Jer waiting for that ulti. Dredgeline out in. Bobo flashed on, Magnet Storm, huge! 4-man face sealed! Cream comes out of nowhere. Puppy separates as well. You mentioned it, Kitty. Shanji gets them away. As OMG now pile on the rest. Uzi's down, Arla's out. Cream and Aki, bring it back!
That's a great little sign for Top Esports. That's a sign that they can start this Baron off. Look how fast they burn through the objective. Bin has to be the one to go on in. There's a minion wave in the mid lane. BLG could maybe just try and opt for that instead, but On finds everyone. The Magnet Storm tries to deny the engage. Featherstorm to keep Elk alive as Tien becomes his target. Jackie Love, though, turning it around. Shun is there, threatening the carries as Wayward goes down. Shun with the aftershock keeps himself alive. Rookie and Jackie Love live on as Wayward is cut down, but Jackie Love finds another one. Rookie is on in. Jackie Love going in. The carries live on. And Top Esports, they've got the mojo online. The BLG do get that priority Q3, but a great hook from Mark keeps him safe as they find an engage onto Tien instead. This is huge. Tien forced to flash, looking for the Magnet Storm, but punted against the wall again. Turns golden as On gets both of the carries, and he gets Rookie in! On, you magnificent beast! And now the rest of the fight is all down to Jackie Love, a hook in from Mark. Can Jackie carry as a triple comes out from Elk, and the feathers, are they enough? He's into the GA. It's a quadra for Elk. Jackie tries to put him in the grave, but there's no stopping him. The king of the forest.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round, ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your false tales. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside, but it left long ago. Now tell me how you gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess.
So don't you tell me about love.
我觉得 Gala 也是一位就是非常厉害的选手吧，因为他也拿了很多冠军嘛，然后打得也非常好。然后我觉得下一场面对他们的话，就需要先给我们对线打好吧，然后再打团。对于败者组决赛的话，就我们肯定还是打好每一场比赛吧。然后对于世界赛的话，肯定就是我们要全力去争取世界赛这个名额嘛。然后就是面对之后的比赛的话，还是打好我们自己的吧。因为我们现在已经打了2场别5了嘛，然后我觉得自己现在状态就还好吧。然后面对后面的比赛的话，就先看阵容吧，然后先给对线打好，然后再打团吧。下一场面对李宁，然后想对 Gala 说，就是希望下一场我们两边都能打出一个精彩的比赛吧，然后能给大家就呈现出就是 LPL 季后赛的强度吧。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our second game in the series. And I want to start the second game, Jamada, with a quote from Jake the Dog. And that's that sucking at something is the first step towards being sort of good at something. And LNG, they really sucked at game number 1. But that's the first step to being sort of good in game number 2 here. Because BLG, absolute decimation, absolute destruction in game number 1. And Shun gonna grab himself an MVP, and rightly so, after he went up, saw his old IG teammate in the top lane, and bodied him.
I was wondering where you were going with the everyone's got to suck at something before they're good. That was a great turn, Joe. I like that. And yeah, you're right. You know, for LNG, it was a rough one, a lot because of the man on your screen here. Shun just, yeah, again, I feel like BLG came in with a plan. It was centered around Shun making multiple appearances on the top side and punishing Zuka's over-aggression in the 1v1. And he did it time and time again. The first gank got the flash, the second gank got the kill, the third gank denied about 5 waves. Yeah, it was just really, really obnoxious, and there wasn't too much that Zuka could really do about it outside of, you know, maybe look for a wave through. Like, you know, you start to get like really, really critical of how you manage waves, and at that point, you also start to question, well, maybe Tarzan should have been here to cover from time to time too. But that aside, it was really just so much pressure from Shun, which couldn't be matched, and again, from that point on, it felt like when you've got Bin that far ahead, your job is effectively done, and all you have to do is play frontline for your, you know, your carries here.
Yep, felt like he got all the engages he needed. He set up both top side and then bottom side. It felt like Shun was the orchestrator for this game, and once he'd set up Elk, I mean, we all know what setting up Elk does. We all know what setting up Bin does. Like, at that point, it's hard to lose the game. Zika ruining Elk's day there. I like you said in the cast, I could feel the pentakill coming. That felt like a pentakill angle when he got the 3, but then Zika gets on him and finishes him off. But yeah, Shun, phenomenal early game, phenomenal control of the game. Like, him and On, when they link up as a duo in the mid game, like the amount of control they get, even just like the scenes where they're fighting for river control against Tarzan, and like they're so confident to hold their ground, not to back off just because enemies are there. It feels like BLG always know just how far they can push it.
Yeah, right. They know the line that they can toe here in this game specifically, because again, you know, everyone was so far behind. The scaling carries of LNG aren't really going to threaten them too much unless you majorly overstep. And yeah, I think that really bled into the confidence of, you know, continuing that suffocation of LNG throughout that game that we saw. And now it makes me wonder, moving into a game 2, after a beating like that, how do you look to approach the game, right? Do you feel like the draft was an issue? In my personal opinion, I think it's this weird balance between, like, you can definitely criticize the draft for being a little bit too, like, you know, late game orientated, especially when your, you know, air quotes, bridge and Renekton gets kind of dominated.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it felt like, again, there was no real cross map answer, right? So if you wanted to run it back, if you stay on blue side as LNG and you try to run it back, you have to shield Zuka from getting focused down like that as easily as he did, because it felt like there just wasn't really much coverage. And, you know, again, I think if you're going to let him fall behind, sure, that's fine. Go and punish Elk and On, right? We saw quite a few windows where Elk and On, you know, Elk actually had his flash and cleanse blown, actually, in the 2v2. Yeah. There was no punish of that, right? There was no dive. There was no movement from Scout. So, you know, look to actually be a little bit more proactive, because I feel like, again, giving BLG that much freedom, you're going to end up in a 10k cold deficit before the 25-minute mark, like you just did here in game number 1.
I think another criticism of the early game is vision control, right, for LNG, because Shun, like, he knew the path. He knew the way to get into that top lane without getting spotted. He knew the way to play around the vision that LNG was setting out. So perhaps need to look at that. Clearly, BLG have been watching the VODs. They know exactly where LNG wards, so maybe need to change up their default ward spots to something else so that they can spot Shun out in the early game, because you let him do that again, you're in real big trouble coming into the second game of the series. I'm curious what LNG are going to bring to the table. I think, yeah, I was going to say like priority on Jace, but obviously Jace was just banned by BLG.
Was just banned, yeah.
I feel like the bans were really smart from BLG. Instead of going for like the standard meta stuff, like really targeting players and saying, look, you're going to have to play late game if you want to play comfort. And like you say, just shut down the one early game aspect of the composition.
Yeah. Gosh, it's a bit awkward as well, because I think that the ban look-ins from BLG were really smart on the second rotation. I can't remember what the first ban was, but the second one was Varus. And I think if they could have landed on that Varus, I feel like for LNG, then it kind of rounds out the comp a little bit more nicely, because then realistically you should win out on the 2v2 a lot harder into Xayah, right? You've got a point of focus where then, you know, there's a lot of flexibility in the build. It can be poke, it can be front to back with a, you know, a more on-hit build, or it can just straight up be AP, even though you've got a lot of AP. Of course, AP Varus kind of demolishes frontline tanks, and there was quite a bit of that on the side of BLG. So I'm curious about perhaps maybe a little bit more priority on the AD carry, right? But at the same time, the early rotation was, you know, very strong. It was Azir, it was Renekton, it was Maokai, all in the first 3. You would typically leave very happy with that early rotation on blue side, but again, BLG, in terms of coming in with a game plan, very happily shut that down. So again, not to sound like a broken record, I don't even really feel like this is much a draft issue as much as it was a gameplay issue. So yeah, I feel like it's more about perhaps what you can look to take away from BLG and see if you can maybe remove some of those proactivity tools that they had so that you don't get run over in the early game like you just did.
Yeah, I feel like you've got to take it to BLG in the early game. You've got to contest them. If BLG just are free to build up a lead in the way that they have been, it just ends so fast. They don't give you a second to breathe. The speed at which they put the pressure on is absolutely absurd. We'll see what LNG can do. Because remember, we were talking about LNG being like a potential favorite, theoretically. Like, you know, I'm still obviously, like, I'm the BLG hype guy anyway, so I was always coming in saying BLG. But like, you know, LNG took JDG to 5 games. BLG just got 3-0'd by them. There was an argument to be made for LNG being a favorite coming into the series, but we're absolutely not seeing that in game number 1. And now, game number 2, LNG, you've got to show us what you're made of here. You do not want to be 2-0 down against BLG. How insane would that be if our 2 finalists made it there, both qualified with 3-0 scorelines? That would be something else. As here we go, into draft. LNG blue side once again. Renekton banned away this time around as the Jace and the Kai'Sa once again taken off.
Okay, let's see where we go. With Renekton off the table, will BLG keep the bans the same as game number 1, or will they adjust, right? So, again, Tristana, sorry, I got distracted a bit. LNG, will it just be Maokai? Will it be the Xayah takeaway? It will be. Okay, so does this now set up for some kind of stronger 2v2 on the bottom side, or will it be, you know, again, looking more towards the Azir and a jungler for LNG? Let's wait and see. BLG hovering over the Blanc, right? If it's not broke, don't fix it. Part of the composition really worked well. And they could look, again, towards either the K'Sante or the Sejuani super early on. It's really up to them. Varus on 3 then as well would then be my best guess for Elk, unless he wants, you know, again, something like the Aphelios to kind of try and match up to the hyper carry power that Xayah can be as a AD carry.
I feel like we need to see some kind of extension of this meta where we've got Jace and Tristana are your 2 AD mids that like to go with a Maokai, with an Ivan. I feel like we need a 3rd AD mid. I feel like somebody's going to bring something out eventually that actually can still go with those combos, can still be a powerful tool. I don't know. Well, maybe that's just wishful thinking. Elk going to go for the Aphelios here, though, alongside that LeBlanc, and it will be the Maokai and Azir once again. I love how quick LNG are on their second rotation. They always know exactly what they want, and it's always Azir for Scout.
Yeah, it always lands on Azir for Scout. So let's see, because now this composition is excellent at not being, though, very similarly to game number 1, right? This time around, though, it's just the Xayah, which honestly definitely a bit of an upgrade when you think about priority in the meta, and also the fact of how the feathers work, of course. So now BLG, how do they layer out their bans? Are they just gonna, you know, go towards something like Gwen plus X here into Zuka and just call it a day? Will they look to remove away Hunk's champion pool? I feel like their options are quite wide open. LNG, I feel like a little bit more pigeonholed likely into removing away the Sejuani and then something else from Shun, right? Perhaps something like the Vi. Even though you've got the Xayah, you don't really want to have that pressure put down onto the Azir. 2 jungle bans, though, almost certainly coming out. I mean, they removed away the Kindred the last time around, right? They're actually kind of worried about that. I wonder if it'll be the case as BLG on the, you know, on the money here with the bans very, very quickly, both rotations. This time out, though, the Camille as opposed to that Gwen. But I feel like, again, if Zuka goes towards the Gwen, this is probably the thinking here from BLG. If they go towards Gwen, they've got so much magic damage that, you know, Merc Tread's value, MR value in general just rises very, very quickly. So BLG aren't too fussed about that. So I like this idea here from BLG with those 2 AD top laner bans. See if they can push Zuka onto the Gwen. As there's the Kindred. So now, what will there be for Shun? As again, engage pool kind of limited. Are they going to really give him R5? If this is obviously a hover, of course. Will it be a support on 4? Will it be on 5? Lee Sin? Wouldn't be too bad, right? Very strong skirmishing, 2v2 from Shun and Yagao. Always a very solid way to go. As Kha'Zix kind of spells that same thing too, and it will go through. So, LNG, what is your answer into this now? As BLG, again, to me, Munch, lean a little bit away from traditional 5v5 team fighting and a lot more heavily into the skirmishing.
Yeah, we'll see if LNG can set up for those team fights. But like you say, skirmish city here for BLG. Everyone a fighter. Everyone wants to get into that scrap. And that is BLG in a nutshell, isn't it? Nautilus taken up here to set up for a really strong bottom lane with the Xayah and the Nautilus. And we have to see, what are you taking into the K'Sante, Zika? Because these 2 AD top laner bans, like you say, coming out from BLG, but the Jackson Renekton bans in the first round really hurting Zika as well. LNG kind of banning their own top laner out to some extent, and it will be the Gnar locked in the end.
Yeah, it will be the Gnar. They needed AD, right? We spoke about those 2 AD top lane bans kind of maybe pushing Zika towards a Gwen answer, but it will just end up being the Gnar instead. Now, where do we go for BLG? Something like Braum could always be fine, but again, Alistar, all of these things are really solid options for On. It just depends on the flavor of how they're looking to play out this game. I feel like without the Sejuani, it's going to be a lot less about, you know, that full-blown early game power that we saw pairing up to really shut down Zika on the top side, and with the Kha'Zix, a lot more about trying to hit that level 6 evolution mark, and then you're really kind of getting the ball rolling, as 2v2 on the bottom side should be kind of stable. I feel like this time, Munch, LNG have removed away enough proactivity tools from BLG that this scaling game that they seem to want to play can actually be piloted out with not as much threat as game number 1.
It feels possible, doesn't it? But then there is Bin on K'Sante, and this time Shun's on a Kha'Zix. There's certainly snowball options. And I feel like you can visually see the shift for LNG from game number 1 to game number 2, where game 1, prioritizing that Renekton early on. This time around, they ban the Renekton. This time around, they prioritize a Xayah. They want to play through Gala in the bottom side. We'll see if they can make that happen. They're up against a Braum in the bottom lane, which can make it difficult to snowball through that lane. We'll see if LNG can bring something more powerful to them, because LNG have had such a good playoffs. Like, we cannot have a repeat of game number 1. LNG, you cannot fall out of playoffs in that kind of fashion. I'm more convinced by this draft. This feels more like they can get to their win condition, like you say. Let's hope for a bit more in game 2.
Yeah, let's hope for more in game 2. LNG have a lot to show us, realistically, right? They've already given us that JDG series. You would hate to see a series like, you know, game 1 just on repeat for 3 games in a row. But it would also kind of, for BLG, be a stamp on the authority, right? Really kind of put that stopper in between themselves, JDG, and the rest of the top 6 that remain, of course, looking towards the regional qualifiers for the other 2 seeds. And then look for that rematch in the finals. BLG want that golden road to be crushed, and they'll prefer it be in their hands as opposed to LNG as we move towards game number 2, Joe.
I mean, both of these teams hoping to crush the golden road this series, fighting for the honor of trying to crush the golden road here. Whoever wins this goes up against JDG in the final, and whoever does that has that opportunity. It's game number 2, BLG versus LNG. It's just not even close, is it? There's like 3 or 4 really stout LNG supporters that they're doing their damnedest. They're shouting loud. But then it's just the rest of the stadium for BLG.
I've got to say, shout out to that one, it sounds like a lady, just giving it her all for LNG just to be crushed by the entire rest of the venue.
You've got to respect the attempt, haven't you? You've got to respect the commitment to the cause.
Exactly. Let's see, maybe LNG again, you know? I said it at the start of game, I was like, well, if Jai was like that, you know, LNG could silence the critics inside the venue. BLG, I feel like keeping the LNG faithful that seem to be present in Xi'an.
Yeah.
Very, very tempered.
Game number 1
2 as well.
Game number 1, the only thing LNG are silencing is their fans, honestly. We'll see if things can look a little bit better for them here in game number 2. Let's talk win conditions. Tarzan on this Maokai once again. But, I mean, the Xayah Nautilus, fantastic bot lane combo. You've got Scout on the Azir once again, who almost found greatness in that final team fight.
Okay.
Zika ended up having to go for Hop at level 1.
Yeah, not the end of the world leveling Hop, right? But now you don't have W or Q at level 2, which is, you know, it feels bad, but you'll hit 3 quite quickly. Either way, it looks awkward for him. Like you were mentioning, though, and setting up for LNG, a lot more about just, again, front-to-back team fighting. You've got engage options between Tarzan and between Hung. Very, very easy to execute engage options, too, right? But, again, some of the lane matchups, 1-to-1, a little bit rough, right? LeBlanc should be able to win out 1v1, whether it be early priority or once she gets the Shiv, entirety in priority, and then down here, very difficult to always engage on the Braum. You're worried about the concussive blow stacking up and really becoming an issue. So where do you go as LNG? Do you just kind of wait again? Do you play to nullify proactive plays? I feel like that's where you're really looking to play as. LNG, Dredgeline.
On still level 1 here, trying to move up close enough to hit the level 2. Elkin on in a bit of trouble as the heal comes out. It's traded for the Ignite, so 1-for-1 on some of the spells in this bottom lane. I feel like it's one thing that's happened a lot across these playoffs is LPL teams not respecting level 2 spikes in the bottom side. Like, it feels like a lot of LPL bot lanes still willing to go aggressive while a level down early on in the lane.
Yep, I do agree. I was just kind of racking my brain on it. I was just like thinking about so many times I've seen 2v2s here in the LPL be decided just because there's a bit of disrespect on a hook at level 1 or whatever it may be. Definitely something.
It feels odd, doesn't it? It feels odd.
Especially when you think about like how strong our bottom laners are as a whole, whether it be the AD carry pool or the support pool, for that matter. But I think that seems to be a consistent thing is, I wouldn't say worrying, but definitely very strange.
I think that's where it comes from, though, is like the belief that I'm just going to beat you. Like, I feel like there's this level of like, I must posture and I must fight. I'm going to hold that thought. There's Shun posturing towards Tarzan here. Spotted out, though, as was Yagao. The play is denied. BLG trying to move in for something aggressive. As they've traded scuttles, and now Shun looks like he wants to try and find Tarzan in the jungle, who's in the bot tri-brush right now. Will spot out Shun. Not sure that's a 1v1 that either jungler wants at this point in the game, honestly. They want to get into this bottom lane. On, hooked in by Hung, flashes away, as Gala could be rooted up here by the Graviton, but looks like it was on cooldown.
Looks like it was on cooldown, or maybe mana. I'm not too sure how much that root costs off the top of my head. Either way, not able to find any lockdown. On does lose his flash, though, so again, if we're talking about wanting LNG to look to punish things, flashless Braum, whilst maybe not your ideal target, certainly can be something where you can play towards. Hook into flash W, maybe? I'm pretty sure he's not on vision on that tri-brush ward. Nope. Don't want it. Okay. So, LNG opt for the reset, and again, you know, at the very least, there is one good thing in this game compared to number 1, Joe. It's the fact that Shun hasn't bullied Zuka out of the game already. So, we're a step up already. However, a dive this early on, probably unexpected by LNG, happening nonetheless. Tarzan's here to cover it, though. Let's see how quick he can get
is
in.
moving over. Gala's just going to get one shot, though. Elk tanks for one shot. And actually, it's onto the minions once again. They're going to walk away from this one as Shun tanks the tower. In goes Tarzan, but Yagao arriving on the scene. The aftershock makes him so damn tanky. And it ends up with a 1-for-1 for now. A hook out from Hung is beautiful, but Shun still walks away.
Shun still manages to walk away. First blood goes over to the Kha'Zix, though. That always feels good, getting that cash injection early on. See how aggressive the build is, right? You've seen a lot of priority on the new Dustblade, specifically, but also things, of course, like the traditional... I always forget the ward item name, man. I don't know why, but, you know, the Vision one, and you clear away
Umbral
wards.
Glaive.
Umbral Glaive, yeah.
I thought you were on about Wardstone for a second there. I was like, what are you talking about?
Because whenever I think about that item, I think of... now I can't even remember what I think about. It's a good start. Either way, this dive was, yeah, pretty unavoidable from Gala's perspective. Once he gets rooted, he's pretty much just one shot on. No flash from earlier on, and at the very least it is punished. Shun also forced to use his own flash, so now Kha'Zix a little bit more vulnerable, and into Maokai, that can definitely be an issue if there's damage dealers around to actually capitalize on the CC. So we'll see again whether or not that punishment will come through as this time. Hey, you know, Zucker, he's down 10 CS, but he's not down like 4 levels, you know? So this is also something that is kind of positive because, again, this Nah should eventually look to win out on the side lane 1v1 into Bin.
Yeah, it should have that range advantage for most of the laning phase. I'm just taking a look at the mid lane CS, and is it me, or did Yagao roam down to dive in the bottom lane and watch Scout crash like 1 or 2 waves, and is still somehow even in CS? Like, what has happened in the mid lane where he's still allowed to be even in CS? That's straight up illegal.
You know what? I'm convinced that ever since LeBlanc with Static Shiv came out, you know, it feels like they just print extra CS. You know, like I feel like for so many years we saw like LeBlanc's, like traditional AP LeBlanc's just like kind of fall down behind in CS, and that would be kind of normal because CSing on LeBlanc was always kind of difficult. And then, you know, hey, there would still be a poke major and assassin. But with Static Shiv, farming is just so much easier with all the extra AD. And you know, apparently they were just missing loads of CS back in the day.
I guess so.
And, it made it look a lot worse than it actually was. Level 6 has been crested for Shun. That's a big power point for BLG now. They can look to skirmish a lot more freely, but also the objectives, right? Dragon, if he's given a window, that can be taken down very quickly. Herald as well. So we have to keep our eyes on the BLG jungler, see if he ever finds a window on top of anyone, especially if they're alone.
That'll be the question. And I will say Tarzan doing a much better job of reading where Shun is on the map this time. Every time he's trying to make a play towards the bottom side, just like Tarzan's there. Look available for Hung here, and we'll get one shot on, but Gala just getting absolutely railed. The level 6 spike from Elk used just to make sure that Gala cannot leave his tower right now. Dragon being done by Shun, and the pressure just being layered out by BLG to make sure that Shun is safe.
Yeah, point of power now, where as the Kazik with the evolved claws, you can really get through those objectives super quickly. Did that one alone. No pressure from Tarzan. New Scout was resetting, and of course with the 2v2 going the way it was from BLG, has all the windows in the world to slip that one away, and now the Herald will be the next point, right? And seems like Bin, again, with a little bit of priority. There's enough vision up there as well, and they know where Tarzan is, and Tarzan's got to reset relatively soon, as he's kind of gone through his full clear. Otherwise he's going to be sat on Bammies, and that's it. Whereas Shun already got that first ion completed up. Very cheap, of course, in comparison, but still an ion completion nonetheless.
And the Scout actually might be caught out here. Yagao doesn't have much mana, but he's got AD items. Roots come out from Tarzan, and actually this could be a turnaround. Shun's in all kinds of trouble here. Knocked up and taken down. That's a double buff for Scout.
Yeah, double buff for Scout. We spoke about earlier how Shun can be very easily picked off without flash. Timer's coming up right about now as he respawns. So that was perfect timing for the play. A little bit awkward from BLG looking for Scout, who was definitely a little bit mispositioned. As now that's pretty much going to give over Herald as well to LNG, which is not really the way that the tempo of play was leaning into.
This is huge.
LNG will feel happy about this.
This is absolutely massive for LNG. We said they've got to contest BLG in this early game, finding a massive pick off the back of that ward onto Shun here. And it's off the back of trading with Yagao, but Yagao had no mana. There was no way for Yagao to really participate in the play. And so it turns into a big little fight win. Big little?
Big little.
It turns into a fight win anyway for LNG. 400 gold up, Herald in pocket. Elk will get a plate on the bottom side in response, but still, good things for LNG. Much better than what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, much better, that's for sure. And again, I just think the fact that BLG are so much more limited in the ease of access to plays in comparison to game number 1 just gives so much more breathing room back to LNG, which they desperately needed after a stomp like that. You need game 2 to look a little bit stable in the opening stages, and stable is, I think, probably the perfect word to describe this early game so far. Let's see what they can look to continue to do, because again, they're the ones with the easier engage tools this time around, right? For BLG, they don't really have engage when you think about it, right? It's trying to maybe make Brom step forward. It's realistically waiting for LNG to maybe overstep, and then you're looking for re-engage at best. This composition is not really suited to 5v5, how you could kind of flex the previous composition to 5v5. This one's a lot more suited to, you know, skirmishing, small scale, side lanes, that kind of thing. LNG will constantly throw 5 bodies at a play if they can.
Yeah. I feel like BLG even more indexed into that. We don't want to actually 5v5 you. We don't really want to fight you. We just want to out-macro you. That's what happened in the previous game, playing through those side lanes, playing through individual advantages. And I will say, Elk has built up a sizable lead in this bottom side. 2 plates taken, almost 20 CS lead as well. He's really doing some work for his team in that bottom side as Shun wants to move into the top side. That's the hop out from Zika. Gets the tower plate, but suspects that something is going on here and will back away.
Yeah, the bigger problem really is that Zika's about to hit Mega Gnar, so that window's kind of closed. Very difficult to kill that guy. Yagao will get his passive forced out, but he's got teleport, so he's not too fussed about that. Herald for Tarzan, is it just going to be this drop here in the mid lane because they know Yagao has to reset? Yes, it will be. So looking for a chunk, as many places they can get. There will be a teleport out at the very least to defend it, but these 2 plates will still go down to Scout. It's going to feel good. Injection, chains go wide. So Dragon, that's going to be the next point of focus. Can BLG maybe make something happen?
Oh, all in on the bottom side. Gala the target. Featherstorm instantly and pulls those feathers back. But the Moonlight Vigil with Graviton can't really set up for much more. On's cooldowns not available. It will just turn into ults for ults here in the bottom side.
Yeah, I feel like this ult trade, I think it's better for BLG. I feel like LNG kind of require, Featherstorm, Depth Charge to really, navigate fights way easier. So we'll see whether or not that plays into effect for the Dragon, because those almost are for sure going to be down the next 30 seconds. As we keep getting pictures of the topside trades. Yeah. Curiously.
It's just been, isn't it? Finding advantages slowly but surely. As Shun now looks for a dive in the bottom side. Gala and Hung, you've been here before, but this time no Featherstorm available for Gala. 2 stacks on him, but BLG having to retreat. A teleport comes out from Scout. Does have the Emperor's Divide available. And Shun and On the wrong side of the rift right now. On will have to be sacrificed here. Tries to jump over the wall, but denied. And Hung can't quite get over either. Shun, you got to get out of the dodge because Tarzan's arriving as well. And it all goes a bit pear-shaped for BLG. LNG answering everything in the early game.
Pete Tong. Very, very strange. I mean, I kind of understand the idea of the dive, but once the teleport comes down, you have to disengage, and there's just no real way out. Now BLG, they're trying to kind of half contest this Dragon. I mean, the best they can hope for is a steal here. I think Kha'Zix Q'd a bit more damage. Let's see.
Oh, good dodge from Yagao on the roots as Elk just goes in 1v2. Bin TPing in. Yes, Drake is taken, but Tarzan caught in the back here. He'll go down for sure. There's Bin. He TP'd down here and he doesn't even get an assist.
Yeah, that feels bad for Bin. Zika. Does he have enough time to get the whole tower, I think, is the question. Another wave's on the way. It's a cannon wave too. Bin will probably make it up here in time, but still not. Oh!
It's kind of clean from Bin. He's absolutely destroyed Scout. Forces a flash out, and Scout just playing, but Bin is not letting him go anywhere. Flashes over the wall. Scout gets underneath the tower, but my God, Bin was angry he didn't get that assist earlier.
Giga Bin. Very, very angry, you're right. Meanwhile, BLG, they get that tower on the bottom side. Zika's overcommitted for the confirm. He's dead. Just about how much
he wanted the tower. I just don't... Like, he saw Bin chasing Scout across the map. How did he think he was safe to continue this play? Flashes away, and actually, he's got teammates getting him out of here. Does he actually get away with this one? That is insane. Zika gets 2 tier 1s across the map. I take it all back. Zika with the outplay.
That's a heist, complete heist from Zika, and that's got to be a mild tier for BLG, right? They lose the top tier 1 tower, they don't get the kill on Scout, and then they lose the mid lane tier 1 as well on top of that. Doesn't feel great. This dive, though, from BLG, again, no ultimate on Gala. You kind of understand the idea, but it's just too difficult to dive, and then the teleport comes in. There's no realistic retreat path for On. I think if Yagao's down here, and this is a 4v2 dive at the start of the play, then it's something that's worth, making the endeavor for, but 3 versus 2 just feels like a massive overreach, and they get punished. They don't actually get the second dragon either, BLG, and it's well defended by LNG.
Certainly is, 3-2. And this is what we wanted, right? As we broach the 16-minute mark now. Gold within touching distance between the 2 teams. Shun has finished his Umbral Glaive. He's got a serrated Dirk on top of it as well. He's feeling pretty strong right now. But in a 5v5, Kha'Zix doesn't really thrive. It's not what he wants, as On has been caught out. Unbreakable tanks a lot and jumps over to his team, but he's still gone down. Scout with another kill. That'll be Herald for LNG. And On, I think, really underestimating the level of engage from LNG here, as Bin is going to go back in anyway. 4v5, here we go. Root's coming on through, though. Bin's locked up, so is Yagao. And now LNG can just walk this one forward. Surely they have the advantage as Scout. Empress Divide is a little bit of a whiff, but hey, it's still 4 kills.
Stops people from going forward, though, at the back end of the play. And this is really awkward. Again, BLG, their composition, it's just not suited for, you know, these kind of 5v5 engagements. You have to break up, you know, a rotation. You have to catch somebody, you know, isolated to really make something work. It has to be numbers advantage. It can never be 5v5 flat out, because again, LNG can hold their ground if they're in the objective first. The fights will always play out like that. So big issue that BLG are gonna have to problem solve. But of course, it does make life a bit difficult when On gets caught out like this at the very start. Dredge line's very clean. Bin can't really go in without On. And then again, Shun doesn't really have an angle on anyone. He was approaching from the top side, maybe looking for a wraparound, but once the Brawn goes down, it's a bit too difficult, and then the re-engage from Tarzan as easy as you know.
Yeah, it's just a bit much from BLG, isn't it, really? I'm not sure there was a world where... Oh, I see. The ult was for the Kha'Zix, because Shun had gone invisible. On in the meantime is charging forwards once again. Yagao trying to get onto Gala here, but he can't quite find his mark. He zips on back. Tarzan pulled in. Bin getting some damage down. The all out there as Bin falls as well. Zika turns mega, but misses the ulti. It's 4v4 now.
Awkward flash from Tarzan in the middle of that. Maybe could have gotten out, but I think he flashed on the spot, if I saw that correctly. Really unlucky, I suppose, but they trade 1-for-1 jungler for top laner. With no objective on the map, it just gives LNG a bit of time to siege up. The only good thing for BLG and the bad thing for LNG is that because Tarzan died, he was one of the heralds, so there's no, you know, major tower punishment here in the mid lane. And it will just be resets as we look to kind of retake position around this dragon. Ocean Dragon, Rift, Salt, we haven't really spoken about it. It'll be very potent, I think, for both of these compositions if they're able to secure it, but it's about getting there with one apiece at basically 19 minutes. We're not going to see a Soul for a very long time.
Feels like, especially for Bin, if you can get that Soul on Cassante, my god, the value that you get in those longer fights can be something else. But now LNG, they wrestle themselves a lead away from BLG. 2,000 gold up, Drake spawning in 2 seconds. BLG have shown that they are not willing to let LNG take anything without a fight. Even 4v5, BLG are willing to fight for some reason.
Exactly.
So certainly won't let this Drake go.
Well, they weren't. They're starting up as well. Okay, so the only good thing about doing this, LNG, their composition, it needs to be in front first, right? They want to get engaged on. Moving forward's a bit awkward, and with Braum, you can always re-engage and pick a target easily. The Dragon's being burst down. Herald on the bottom side. Let's see how LNG handle this one.
One could be a target here as Yagao on the flank. Chains hits the Herald, though. It's not ideal as Drake taken BLG full retreat at this point. As Tarzan steps on forward, but the Moonlight Vigil is huge. He's onto everyone. Elk knocked into the play, though, straight into the feathers and taken down Zika. Ult spin as Shun is onto Scout here, but he doesn't have the damage. The health buzzer low, but they take him out anyway. Zika has to go heroic here. A hook out from Hung. Shun behind the wall here, looking for Gnar. Yagao and Shun just about on top of the scrap.
Zuka's such a monster. He's playing these team fights really well. But on the opposite side, BLG were able to find target access onto all of the other carries of LNG. So it kind of ends up being a neutral exchange. But BLG picked up the dragon, so that's kind of the one-up. As I say, neutral. 4-4-3 in the back end of it all.
These fights are so messy, so scrappy, so hard to track because everyone's diving around everywhere. I feel like it's Yagao and Shun you've got to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, but also keep your eyes on Scout, right? He finds Elk. Massive Moonlight Vigil, right? But good shuffle. Reaction from On is great, but no flash available. The Feather pullback actually connects On to the Aphelios. Not necessarily intended. Looking to actually survive the dive in Gala's own right. But then, again, you know, massive dive here from everybody on BLG to take down the members they need to. But again, I feel like it's going to be the Zuka show this time out.
I love that you see that moment at the end of the fight where there's 4 players stood on top of each other. Hang on. Is once again hooked in. And once again will be taken down here. Blast Cone denied. And with On down, can LNG actually just stop Baron?
Yeah, I think they can. They've got a 2-item Azir. They don't have a 2-item AD carry, but I think that's still going to be enough DPS. BLG What are you going to do about this?
This is going to be a tough one. Yagao moving in. Shun on the top side alongside Bin. They've got to try and fight 44v5 this game. You know that they're going to be willing to. Is Tarzan taking a few chunks here? The Calibrum paying dividends from Elk. It's now into the pit they go, but 2K on the Baron. The route is onto the Kha'Zix, and it means that Shun's in late. He'll be taken down, but he gets one alongside Yagao before he drops. Elk now being jumped on, but Zika a little shy on the mark. Ult goes wide, and now he's taken down. Tarzan diving into the backside, but Yagao protecting Elk. Gala caught up by the Gravitum here as Scout dives over the wall, but the stun comes into play. The ult out from On as well. He's stuck over the wall, and Yagao takes him out. LNG, they get the Baron, but it's only Gala alive.
It's only Gala alive. I mean, BLG, they're actually trying to hunt down for the AD carry of LNG. He will be able to walk away though. What an awkward and messy fight, Munch. That was very fortunate on LNG's part. Tarzan dropped the ultimate, massive root field. Shun not able to get into that pit. Otherwise, I feel like the angle that he had, it's one of those things. You know when you look at a jungler outside the pit and you just know they're going to steal it? That's what it felt like for BLG there. Very overzealous it felt like from LNG. Yes, you get the pick onto On to kick this sequence off, but it's so flipped in my mind. Ultimate comes through. You're going to see here, Shun just gets rooted up for just enough time. The Baron to go down, secured by Gala. Shun and Yagao able to take down Hung inside the pit. Great flash here from Elk. Actually, Gale Force, never mind. From Zuka. And his attempt onto his life. Then the pullback again onto Tarzan. Makes sure that he goes down. Gala not able to overstep. But then Scout here just... He's not expecting On to be here, is he? I think that's the real thing. Not expecting him to be back so soon.
That play from Scout at the end there is a bit of desperation, feeling like, my God, I've got all of the kills, my team are dying. Like, I've got to do something. I've got to make a play. I've got to hold on to this game after they've just taken Baron as well. Felt like he had to do something, but didn't work out for him. And BLG, once again, like, you're describing these fights as messy, scrappy, right? And that's exactly what BLG want. That's the kind of composition they've got. Big damage onto Hung here. Zika not so healthy himself as Gala walks away. Tarzan just being whittled away by Yagao. And it feels like BLG are starting to wrestle control of this game. Gold is even on the top of the scoreboard. And LNG, they don't lose any players, but my God, they get destroyed in the fight.
Yeah, they're getting pressured, right? And the thing is, Gala escaped with the Baron. You're hoping that maybe you can kind of move him around as the king piece of chess and try and take down at least one or two structures. Doesn't end up working out. But the pressure being put down the way it has been, BLG basically stave off what little pressure could have happened from that Baron. So good job, BLG. As now LNG maybe eyeing up this next dragon. And you know, it's so, I find it comical. We've kind of set up the two compositions like LNG, 5v5, front to back, you know, really kind of set the pace of each team fight, make sure you're securing areas. BLG, we're like, you know, they can't really 5v5. They're still doing it. Ridiculously. A lot of it, you know, I think despite On having a bit of a rough game by scoreline, I think the Braum just provides so much in terms of being able to set up 14 fights generally.
Yeah, he's still been valuable. And that big fight that they managed to win On was the linchpin of the play. Dragon will go down to LNG here as BLG still threatening a fight. Shun behind enemy lines as Gala could be in trouble from Yagao, but Bin on that front line just getting shredded by Gala. Flashes on forwards looking for the all-out. The knockback comes on through. Yagao's been taken out. Defenders come back as well. Gala has his moment to take over a fight. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of LNG. Baron not on the map though.
Baron not on the map. That was a strange one from BLG. Yagao just not respecting Tarzan's W and Bin as well. Kind of a little bit too far forward, maybe trying to help the Pincer move out, but doesn't come to fruition. LNG secure a dragon. We're now at 2 apiece, so there's just not going to be a soul forever. What's caught your eye?
Did you see the Baron power play there for LNG was minus 975 gold? That is just brutal, isn't it? Oh dear, LNG, they're trying to damn this. And they certainly, let's just remember that while BLG are fighting back here, LNG have a 0 on 3 items at 25 minutes. Like, Scout is a monster on the Rift at this point, and Gala is building up too. The concern I've got is that Elk is also in that demon territory of 3 items.
Yeah, exactly. Aphelios so many years. We've seen it time and time again. Yagao, does he just disrespect Tarzan? Yes. And I mean, to be fair, it's a flash W, so it's... at that range, very difficult to react to, but then the chain CC comes down. Either way, again, disrespect. Bin maybe trying to get hung over the wall, use him as a taxi out. Not quite close enough to that wall, however, and he drops.
I feel like Yagao a little disrespectful, and LNG, they took that personally. 3 ults immediately, just slammed at him like, you're going nowhere. There's still 5 stacks on the Dark Seal, despite the death from Yagao, as this LeBlanc with the Shiv can really start to come into its own. This side lane pressure that you bring to the table is so difficult to deal with. It's going to be Zika sent down to try and answer, but Shun's moving over as well. Zika's in trouble here as the chains do land. Second chain denied, though. Zika will turn Mega, will survive. Tarzan arriving means Shun should have to back away.
Yeah, exactly. Backup returns from LNG, and no longer is that a threat. And, you know, that's what we were speaking about. This is really where the strength of the BLG composition lies. It's Yagao on a side lane, winning out 1v1 in isolation, bring Shun down, right? As long as Shun is not so committed that he's going to give up a Baron, that he can give cover, then he's feeling fine. Ooh.
That was a little close. That was a little close for Shun. I'm not sure if that was actually the Edge of Night blocking a 0 or if a Q had hit him first and he just managed to jump in time.
Yeah, it's awkward timing. You'd have to have a slow-mo replay to get confirmation, really. But the ultimate's on a relatively short cooldown. You can see in the bottom left, 40 seconds, so it's not the, you know, the biggest expenditure of resources in the world. As a expending resources, time on top of this Baron, but it will be spotted out by that blue ward there of LNG. So yeah, no sneak will be had.
And
here.
That's the threat. That was now. TP from Zika. That was TP just to answer the 2-man potential Baron play coming out from BLG. So that's actually a huge moment for BLG. Off of very little pressure created, forcing a TP out from the enemy top laner.
They're going to do it again.
Just going to start this Baron again. They do have an Aphelios and a Kha'Zix. They do it real quick, but LNG are here to answer. There's another TP. BLG can retreat if they want to. Zika's about to turn Mega as well. On tanking up for now as Tarzan's been the target here. 1-for-1. Zika makes his name known as Elk is alone on the backside of the play, but he's going nowhere. He'll be taken down as the feathers fly. Hun can set it up and Scout gets a bonus kill. That's double digits for Scout, and that's Baron for LNG.
Zuka's just been so 1v9, hasn't he? When he's turned up to these team fights, 3-man ultimate onto all of the carries remaining from BLG. The frontliners are being locked down, actually, by him. So he just did everything here for LNG. Excellent team fight. They've got the Baron now as well. There's quite a few tier 2s left up. Zuka's going to destroy one of the 3. Look for a reset, and now LNG, this is their opportunity to really break apart BLG. If you're looking for fights inside and around the base, you remove that flank potential that BLG are kind of looking to try and operate on, right? Look at the top side of the fight. That's being locked down by Hung and by Zuka. And then flash forward, hop, gets all 3 members up against walls. Immediately jumped on and pounced on by LNG. Elk's the only one that tries to make a meal of it, but immediately shut down as well.
There's only so much you can do at the end of a fight like that. Zika reminding BLG why they camped him in game number 1, why they felt they had to shut him down, because if you don't, he is a beast. 3 items on the Gnar, stopwatch available as well. And with Baron on top of a hull breaker, Zika is going to be a nightmare to deal with in the side lane now.
Absolutely, he will be. I mean, hey,
Scout's
again,
level 18.
Hullbreaker is just grouping. Yeah, like you say, Scout's level 18, 4 items now, and a blasting one. I think this might be critical mass for BLG. The gold lead exploded, but just generally, again, 5v5 BLG. So hard to step up to the fight.
Moonlight Vigil comes in as BLG, they want the fight. Bin jumps in. It's a Q3 onto everyone. Is Elk still surviving on the back? Gala dives forward, though. Shun might be able to find him here as he has to dash away. Elk's still alive, but he just can't get into the fight. And LNG still 5 strong. Elk and On versus the world here as Zika and Hung trying to defend the rest of the team. Flash forwards is On, unbreakable, but he's down. Broken in the end, and there's the Gnar ulti. Zika once again finding his mark. LNG, they remind us why they made it to this lower bracket final. 3rd seed from the regular season, but they don't want 3rd in playoffs.
Fantastic bounce back from LNG as well, considering what happened in game 1 to get here to game 2. Feels really good. Stabilize, make sure that BLG don't have any aggressive options, and then look to break them in the team fights because of how they've drafted themselves. And for LNG, I mean, again, Zuka you saw why he was camped now in game number 1. It all starts to make sense. Get put on the nard this time around, and every team fight felt like he just had an immense amount of pressure felt. And yeah, everyone pulled their weight. You started to see maybe there were windows throughout that game where like BLG's composition, despite not being geared 5v5, the Braum kind of makes it ish. But again, as soon as that Baron attempt kind of goes down from BLG, it felt like, again, you know, a very overzealous attempt to bring out the scout teleport. Too much of a commitment, and LNG punish with efficiency, and this time out, it cost them a game in terms of BLG, and now we're at 1-1. It's a best of 3 moving on.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from LNG, and I'm so glad that we do see them showing up. I was a little bit nervous coming into game number 2 after what happened in the first game of the series, but LNG show up. And Zika as well, having this performance off the back of 4 top lane bans, 4 AD top laners banned away from him. I was expected to see the Gwen coming on out, but like you say, the Gnar came through. Really, really good stuff during... you know, later on, the Gnar ultimate's absolutely fantastic. So many fights turned around by him. And it felt like the ult combo from LNG was so hard to deal with, right? The roots out from Tarzan to be followed up by a Mega Gnar ult, to be followed up by the Emperor's Divide as well. And then in the meantime, you've got this Xayah that feels untouchable. So absolutely fantastic stuff. And I'm excited now for game number 3 to see if we change sides, because BLG losing, did they want to go over to the blue side, or are they quite happy on the red?
Yeah, that's the question of the hour now, right? Like, do BLG want to swap to blue? Also, I think, you know, seems we're on the topic of draft. I don't necessarily like BLG's draft. I can see how it works, but do you really want to not run with better team fighting tools into an LNG who are clearly looking for that, right? You're kind of putting yourself in this position where you have to snowball to find this massive lead. Again, you know, it's about making things easier for yourself. And I feel like right now, BLG, you know, game 1, they didn't necessarily make it difficult, but it could have been a problem if they didn't do what they did to Zuka, right? Yeah. Game 2, this time out, with the Kha'Zix, you know, this wasn't really an angle where it felt like they could provide themselves with an early lead, and it just gave LNG everything that they wanted and needed. I think potentially dropping the Cassante priority so they can just get a strong jungler that can kind of do a little bit of everything, right? Engage, early game, etc. instead of being pigeonholed into very niche picks. It's probably at the very least the adaptation that I would look to make if I was BLG, because it's giving LNG so much of everything. Again, a very strong opening rotation, right? Maokai Azir and the Xayah as LNG, you're laughing to the bank looking over at the other side from BLG's opening rotation.
Yeah, I will say Elk had some damage, didn't he? My God.
He did.
Like, imagine if you've got a little bit more team fight presence from your jungler there from BLG. I feel like that's actually maybe just a BLG win if they have, you know, I can't remember the draft well enough to know what was up and available, but perhaps a bit more of a team fighter, a bit more of a tank, and that could have been a win for BLG. Fantastic little game from Elk, but it's not enough. I feel like that's consistently the case on these Aphelioses recently since the nerfs. Like, you have a really great game, but it doesn't quite feel enough to carry. Scout, though, in the meantime, 11 kills by the end of it, 11, 2, and 9. That is not a bad performance, is it? And the Azir didn't really work out game 1. It looks good in game 2.
I am going to say it right now. Scout's probably going to get MVP for finishing like 12 and 2. And it's going to make me sad because Zika carried like every single major team fight. I'm hoping that, you know, the analysts on the other side see the light and they give that MVP over to Zika, because I think he deserved it, to be honest with you. But we'll see how the vote falls through. Either way, both the solo laners of LNG on fire, and as a whole, again, they just seem a lot more focused in terms of streamlined game plans and drafts, right? So let's see what they come up with in game number 3, and also what the adaptation is from BLG.
We'll have to wait and see. Game number 3 coming your way. Do not go anywhere, because we officially have a series on our hands.
双手成就你的梦
被撞了起来，那白头的话立刻一个破裂，踩踩两人，预言家先行倒地，而后续的话该身后来了，骑士型回旋踢，换风动弹不得，直接倒地。
已经有晕了，夏天大招只能直接先上。
夏天躲过了，再将 W 躲，往前往小维奋力攻，想去找到谁，第二时间招起来，双 C 都倒了，下看下一波大兵太高了，以后反开，带着过来一步伤害拉满了，小林先被秒掉，而且大招进攻卷起4个人，今天的不消除自己的大招以后闪前撞到了墙上，没有办法，这边团滔博已经溃败了，哇，这波卡纳维的这个大闹天宫卷麻了。
静候一切，又是贝尔维斯在对方野区撒野，你的3个人假的，直接变大小做又被留住，回到塔前还要 Q 上去，第一时间没有刷新同方向的 Q 选择放弃，乳乐来了 ，W 再中再次变身，你在干什么？
薛闪现 QAW 伤害差一点，但是这里有人，
哇还敢跳过去，
有木刃，滑卷起来了。
哦哟，阿边在配合又是一个 Q 技能，把纳尔也收割。
自己也有点站不住吧，阿卡丽被后排锁定住，有个4包1是，哦，好大！这个大师救下了阿卡丽的同时，德善在
宝蓝这个位置要被捆住了，交了个闪现下，而梦魇帮忙挡，梦魇说大哥我也没盾，我怎么给你挡啊？野辅瞬间被融化。
Jump 加了保护性大招，双挑撤退被闪现捆住了，这把萨普也倒了。
可赛跟小虎两个人的只晕了一个，但是晕一个已经够了吗？把泰坦秒掉，小虎自己也倒，侧面李春南的位置还不错，微微想捡，后仰这边交闪，被烂的跟闪拿到人头，德善闪现过去咬到的是优口闪现出来，后面的路被留住红白刀，但是没有第一时间往前走，微微突出魅火往前走，突破天灵拿到了一个插花的人头，再捡起来。李修南这边手都 A 酸了，但是双拳南敌那边4个人啊，
哇，这个里面，而且是找大龙叠了蛮多飞轮的，是的，是球里的这个飞轮叠了很多，来看一下这条大龙会使用横给拿到，那这样子的话，在龙坑里面的速度好快啊！狐狸只能是拼来正面，而且正面又有风雨的大招可以进行阻隔，
小天的被拼成，
但是拼成不了，大招被抢到了，小天被壁咚，这样的话小天牺牲掉自己，是可能非常。
一直来帮助。
泥王的装备很好啊，这段偷一套
小心泥王，泥王伤害是很高的，泥王有闪的，但闪现死了，闪现交慢了呀，没扣。
碰到了姐姐4级有个 buff，
被黏住，
这边要赶紧走，如此这边赶过来，蓝也不能动。哎，在 Q 反向闪现，很帅的一个单杀。
Slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget a trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want, then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting.
我觉得对战 BLG 战队的话，他们的打法比较灵活吧，所以我们要关注上下的对线期吧。我觉得对战牙膏选手的话，他的英雄选择都是配合团队的吧，所以我跟他对战的时候可能会出现很多英雄吧。我觉得目前的这个版本中路的话 ，OP 点比较多，所以可能英雄池多一点的选手比较会优势吧。我觉得目前我们是非常自信的情况吧，然后遇到谁都会有信心赢下他们，然后冲进世界赛吧。不管碰到谁，感觉都有自信吧，然后打好自己的话，不管打谁都会赢吧。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards game number 3 of our lower bracket final. I'm joined by Jomado, who is one of the only people on our casting team to actually predict LNG coming in today at 3-1. So you must have been sweating coming out of game number 1. I bet you're feeling much better about your prediction now.
I hate you, man. Yeah, no, I saw, BLG were looking really good in this game number 2 for a little while, and I was like, man, there's no way they're going to out-team fight them without the team fight comp, right? Fortunately, my prediction stays safe as Scout. Look, I'm going to let you finish. Scout definitely deserves, this MVP, but also for me, because Olitz and his teamfight presence were pretty damn strong. But either way, Scout, from start to finish in this game, was certainly a point of power for LNG, which could not be overcome this time by the LeBlanc in the mid lane. And yeah, a lot of it from actually picks that BLG started off, and because of perhaps the over-aggression on some of these plays, put them in awkward positions and allowed Scout to start this snowball.
The Kha'Zix remains a bait pick. It was a bait pick at MSI, and it's still a bait pick all these months later.
I'm gonna say it. I don't think it's actually a bait pick. I feel like teams, when they land on Kha'Zix, the draft is often already kind of like, not so great. It's already leaning on not so amazing. You can definitely land on some pretty okay Kha'Zix drafts, but speaking of it, I'm kind of glad you brought up the Kha'Zix because moving towards this game number 3, I didn't actually catch side select, so I'm not sure who's on blue, who's on red for game number 3. But if this LeBlanc priority is going to continue for BLG, I really feel like they have to lock in their jungler earlier, right? If you've got LeBlanc, you want strong 2v2 presence alongside it, and whilst Kha'Zix can certainly be that, you want to be able to kind of toe the line between something that's going to provide you with, consistent team fighting whilst also being a strong early game presence. And Kha'Zix doesn't really do both of those things. They gave up, the Kindred and the Sejuani again in favor of, the K'Sante and the AD carry pick. You're into Zucker. I feel like you can afford to drop top lane blinds and just go for your jungle pick. We'll see what the adaptation is, of course, because they could be on blue side, and my bad for missing the side select. But for LNG, I feel like they've kind of set the tone and the message of this series already from their perspective, Munch, and that will just be team fight, team fight, team fight, mid to late game scaling. And hey, if you don't run us over in 15 minutes like you did in game 1, we will just kind of, out team fight you.
Yeah, absolutely. And to update everyone, it will be BLG on the blue side for game number 3. So changing things up a little bit moving forward in the series. I'm curious what BLG draft, but also what LNG are going to go for, whether they still lean towards this sort of late game centric draft, because ultimately the draft didn't change that much from LNG in terms of like the final composition. It just changed the order in which they're drafting the pieces of that composition, right? So Xayah came out a little bit earlier, so you got the Xayah Azir, which I feel like are the two kind of core pieces of this composition alongside the Maokai. So we'll see if LNG can still find this kind of draft on the red side, or whether BLG managed to get like something like a Jace through, for example. With them on the blue side, they were banning the Tristana, they were banning the Kai'Sa, they were banning the Jace. Does LNG reciprocate those bans?
Yeah, I feel like that's probably the best question to put forward moving into this game number 3 draft, right? Do you look to kind of do you keep the same band you had on red side, or do you basically just kind of handshake some of the bans that were being put down effectively? I feel like for this perspective of LNG, you're still probably looking to remove away the Jace. I feel like it's too powerful. The Azir as well, I feel like if you're not willing to give it over, then you can certainly ban it. But aside from that, I feel like LNG and their bans, they can very close to stay the same. I think for them, their drafts are more about kind of just denying away comfort from BLG that they don't want to have to deal with. And for LNG, it's more, or for BLG rather, it's about actually landing on a draft where, you know, you've got those proactivity tools to shut down LNG wherever you like. So again, you know, looking towards maybe shutting down some of those scaling picks so that, you know, you don't necessarily have to hop so many hurdles in execution to shut down LNG.
Yeah, I feel like things like the Annie ban as well have actually been kind of crucial in this series, where Yagao, alongside a Kha'Zix, if you've got an Annie, that's a one-shot combo. That is someone that's going to go down. It's a little bit more difficult to execute that. You have to make sure you're landing those chains. Your opponent has more opportunity to counterplay what's happening when a LeBlanc is engaging for the Kha'Zix, so it can be a bit more difficult. One thing I want to mention as well is Yagao actually has a 100% win rate on Jace this split. He's only played it 6 times, but it's good every single time.
6 games, 100% win rate is still an impressive stat line. So, yeah, I do kind of wonder whether or not he's just going to continue to have the Jace removed away.
I've got a follow-up then.
Okay.
Because, you know, 6 games, 100% win rate, pretty impressive. Do you think that's more impressive, or 14 games, 80% win rate that Scout is holding up the Jace? I feel like they're both pretty good.
Yeah, because I think 80%, what would that be? Is that 10 and 11 and 3? I think that it might be 10 or 4 if it's 14 games. Yeah. Oh gosh, you put me on the spot. I mean, yeah, I feel like maybe 80% over the course of the 14 games, right? It's double the games, still on the higher end.
It's almost double the wins if you think about it. If it's 11 and 3,
true,
and Yagao has 6 wins, that's almost double the wins. I mean, look, we could talk about stats. Stats are kind of irrelevant in this context. They're both real good at Jace, is actually the conclusion to what we're talking about here. And we'll see whether it'll be banned. I kind of expect that it will be. I'm not sure either team wants to play up against that, especially like BLG. You either need to first pick that or ban it, because like Tarzan has shown that he loves the Maokai. If you end up against Jace Maokai, it's just so oppressive. It's so hard to play against.
Surely BLG wouldn't give over Jace Maokai, right? That would never happen. Okay, oh god, I feel like I've jinxed it now. BLG, they remove away Scout's Azir, so I feel like that was something that you could have definitely, you know, seen coming. The Tristana remains a ban for them. LNG, very topside focused bans still again. So no Renekton, no Jax for Bin. Rakan, Annie, those are the things that were still, you know, banned away in previous games. And of course the Jace, those are the 3 picks. That's the triangle right now. Nico into Scout is what LNG remove away. So, Joe, hold me. Surely they're not going to give Maokai Jace over. Surely they're going to first pick Jace if it goes through here from LNG, or Maokai if the Jace is banned, and they just keep that out of Tarzan's hands.
I mean, the thing is, Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's open as well.
Kai'Sa's going to be...
So, for LNG, this is actually kind of nice, because you can just not ban Kai'Sa, Jace, or Maokai, and it's like, okay, you go for whichever of those you like. We'll have the other 2. Sejuani goes... And there we go. Now BLG kind of have to play Kai'Sa, right? You can't give Gala Kai'Sa, surely. But that means that Jace Maokai will go through. So now Jace is locked in, and it's like, okay, well, we'll take Kai'Sa. We don't mind having Gala on Kai'Sa, the pick that he literally made the name for himself on.
This is very awkward for BLG. They have to really answer out quite heavily. Xayah's almost going to be a given. It's more about what Shun's champion is going to be in the jungle for me. AP options... kind of, I wouldn't say limited, but like, what do you really run with Jace if not Maokai is the big question that you always kind of want to ask.
Ivan, but do they play Ivan? We've not seen a single time from Shun.
Yeah, that's the fact of the matter. You know, his AP option typically is Nibbly Smile. So let's see. Xayah, I think, is kind of a foregone conclusion. Do you go Xayah Rakan? Maybe you just lock in the full bot lane here, just kind of slam it and make LNG choose between a mid laner and a support. That's also a pretty viable option if you're BLG. There's a lot of, you know, lockdown already though between this Maokai. So if you do go Rakan, expect a Nautilus on the opposite end immediately, and I feel like LNG are still happy with that trade. Sure. I was joking.
I love it. I love it so much. Shun is just he's like, nah, we're not getting second round bans again. I'm not having it taken away from me. Shun goes for the Nidalee. Full poke out from the mid and the jungle, full skirmish. And now LNG, suddenly onus on them. What do you want to play? How are you going to shut down this Nidalee in the early game?
You know, earlier on, you kind of asked me what the other AD options could be. By the way, I think Irelia is kind of a weird one into a lot of the mid laners right now. Surprisingly solid matchup, but it's not really a pick that shows up too often in pro play, and it will just be the LeBlanc alongside the Maokai. Now, one thing I will say is immediately, LNG's composition is quite skewed into AP, so expect Gala to probably go towards the more traditional AD build, I would suspect. Yeah, I mean, I feel like for LNG now, Rakan ban kind of given, maybe another top lane ban, as BLG looking to just remove away engage tools on top of LNG, because I mean, yeah, look at composition. If you've got more engage on top of some of the dive options here, if it's LNG, the execution becomes very, very easy.
Yeah, I feel like Poppy is probably looking at his notebook, like flicking through the pages, like what do we do when our two bans on towards Shun in the second phase? I don't have any notes on this. Every draft is 2 bans on Shun. One up to On's Rakan, not just incredible for On, but also incredible in the duo, and then the Alistair taken away from On as well, which I think On's looked absolutely unbelievable on that pick recently. It's all support bans here.
This has to be Rel, I think, the final ban here for BLG, because I know you've got basically every S tier support off the table except for Rel. So now this is where you kind of have to dig a little bit, right? This is where you start
Milio versus Lulu. Let's go back to the start of the year.
Yeah, you know, like if you're looking at Hunk's champion pool, yeah, like the only other engage option really, I suppose, is Leona. And at that point, the Merc value is so high for LNG that if BLG are able to just lock in 2 tanks here, I feel like their composition is pretty okay. It's relatively well-rounded. They've got, you know, an AP source in Italy, Smile. And as long as they can really survive the initial engage tools here from LNG, they're kind of cruising. Yeah. So let's see where On goes. The Braum is still up and available. I feel like it has to be a Braum angle here, right? Maokai engage from long distance. The Leona in lane. It just feels like a bit of a given. It's more about what Bin's pick is going to be. Is it just Cassante again? I think it's just Cassante again, Joe. And that's probably going to be the rotation out. And then we give counter pick over to Zuka and see whether or not he spices up things and really turns this into a bit of an awkward affair for BLG, right? He had the Fiora ban, the Camille ban as well last time out. Will he be willing to go towards those options? That's the big question. Milio? I mean, you know, Milio's got a fair amount of value here when you think about it, right? As long as he's not the one getting hit by the Leona ult, he can always cleanse people away. Set's also a really interesting option too, which... Okay, there we go.
Of course. It's the old classic from On. We saw it at MSI plenty of times. Brings out the Blitzcrank, looking to find hooks onto Gala. I will say, excuse me, I just nearly died.
Okay,
I will say, not the greatest targets in terms of the Maokai, in terms of the Leona, but if he can find those hooks onto Gala, then hopefully they'll get kills onto Gala like my throat nearly got a kill onto me.
Sure. Nice toss. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think of BLG and On specifically, it's kind of his old faithful, right? You know, it's like everything else is dead. Oh, reliable here. Blitzcrank is going to find us a hook eventually, and that's going to be the name of the game. A lot of poke and just kind of that Blitzcrank roaming around. We'll see if they can secure priority around Vision and the objectives, specifically LNG. That's what they're going to have to really play to deny and look to not really get, you know, caught off guard by weird angles by On, but also with a Nidalee in the game, you start to wonder how do the side lanes start to kind of match up as well, because Dive's always on the offing when Nidalee's in the game, but also outpacing 1-1 in the jungle and trying to put down a lot of pressure onto the opponent is also another way that Nidalee and Should specifically will love to play this one out.
I just love BLG drafts, man. Like, you never quite know what to expect coming into a BLG game. I feel like they never just play the standard. And Shun bringing the Nidalee out once again alongside that Jace feels like a powerful combo, but can they land the skill shots? Can they set up before these objectives? They need to be playing from the river. They don't want to be trying to face check in with this kind of composition. LNG, bit more stock and standard. And I feel like both teams, like, pretty strong compositions, very different win conditions, and that is exactly what you want to have a game, right? You want to see 2 different styles clashing up once against each other, and I feel like that is absolutely just a definition of this entire series.
Yeah, it is. BLG, they've been looking away from those team fighting aspects and a lot more about individual prowess, whereas LNG, they've been keeping it simple for all intents and purposes, and it's been a very head-to-head affair. Game 2 was pretty much tooth and nail until it wasn't at the very end with the Baron takedown call from BLG, costing them just about everything. Now we approach Game 3 on even footing. Let's see if LNG can look to repeat the successes of game number 2 with an even easier draft to pilot out with all of the dive that they've got available to them.
Let's see if they can pull it off. This is a battle of ex-teammates here with Shun versus Zika up in the top side. You've got Gala versus Tabe, Poppy versus Tabe as well. All RNG alumni up against each other. And we'll see who can take the advantage in this series. It's game number 3 between BLG and LNG.
Still a bit outmatched, aren't they?
Yeah.
But certainly a little bit more lively.
I feel like the BLG crowd weren't ready for their Gyro to be first there. Like, the third one was a lot stronger than the first two. They're like, oh, wait, this is us?
Wait, that's us?
Okay.
He said, that guy said BLG, not LNG. Just
Oh, dear. Here we go. Shun already moving forwards to get some vision. Needs to know where Tarzan is. We're keeping our eyes on Shun throughout this early game. He's got his signature Nidalee that he's oh so well known for. But I want to talk about another signature that's been locked in. Leona has not been a big pick in the meta as of late, but Hung kind of built his reputation on Nautilus and Leona, and actually over 47 games, he's got a 70% win rate on Leona. And when you consider the teams that Hung has been on over the last few years, 70% win rate on anything is pretty damn impressive. So you know you have to respect this pick from Hung.
This is his jam. You know, this is bread and butter, if I may, for Hung. So let's see how he gets on. Anticipating that the engages will come thick and fast. As I will say, earlier on I brought up that point, you know, for Hung, this is a series where, you know, support to support. You know, you said he can step up and prove himself. For me, it's a lot more about, you know, doing that via that trigger discipline and ensuring that he knows the engages are solid and not ones that can be punished very heavily on the Leona. It's definitely going to be a bit of a case study of just that thesis. So let's see how he gets on his very, very happy pick, because what caught your eye? What gave you the...
Just the win rates to the bottom. Like, everyone is, like, super positive. It's like, when you look at BLG's scoreline across the course of the year, they're 30-7 in games. So it's like, it doesn't really matter which picks they're on. The win rates are going to look good from the first seed. Shun moving into the bottom side. On has Flash. Flash for Flash between the supports.
All right. Not the end of the world for LNG, but still something that can look to be punished. Shun goes for a 3 camp into a gank as well, so it's going to slow down his tempo. We'll see if he really looks to try and turn it into Invader, or it's just gank into gank and more farming. It seems like that'll be the case. Look onto Scout, maybe he just thoughts forward for a trade and then look for it off the back of that. Otherwise, there's a really tough angle, and Shun just not willing to pay the patience for it. Goes back towards his jungle camps for the clear.
Yeah, it's like you say, you've got to keep your pace up when you're on that Nidalee. You've got to be farming well. You've got to kind of control the early game. So trying to make things happen in the lanes and find an easy snowball, but equally doesn't want to waste too much time. So fairly quick ganks, fairly quick presence. Scout getting a really nice trade there onto Yagao. Really good start to the lane from Scout. Finding advantages already, as you can see, pretty sizable CS lead, considering we're only 3.5 minutes in.
Exactly. Should look to close at some point, but for now, remains a relatively big one. Tarzan just kind of down here because he's full cleared and finished up. I'm looking towards the scuttle, and we'll just give a bit of coverage in case for whatever reason Shun ended back up on the bottom side. One thing I will say though is because of the pathing of Tarzan, if Shun looks onto these Raptors, and I mean he had the ward at level 1, he'll know that that's respawning up, but Tarzan's here to cover it. Yeah, not going to be able to steal away the second rotation, so we'll just have to retreat back to his own jungle.
You can see as well, like, the instant turnaround from Shun. Yeah. The second he sees that TP coming out from Scout mid, he's like, yeah, no, I'm out of here.
It's not
I'm pretty sure they know what's going on here. As Hung stepping forwards. Both supports, they use their flashes, but they've got those Hex flashes available. So we'll still be able to be aggressive. You just can't use the flash defensively anymore. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that bottom lane, because hooks could come on through. But again, like, hooking Leona, not always a good thing. If Shun's in the lane, that's fine. But if you hook Hung, and then he can just combo onto Elk, it's not a good situation as Scout continues to find these trades.
Scout looking for the trades. Slowly trying to grow out that CS lead more and more. Again, I feel like mid lane It's such a difficult one to tackle as BLG, but for LNG, one way you can attack it very, very easily, right? A lot of CC between Tarzan and Scout. I think Yagal's likely to kind of rush towards the Merc Treads, and as soon as he does that, then the threat definitely does drop. But until then, especially once the level 6 comes in, there you go for Scout. Double chains. You'd have to imagine it's just an immediate flash blown from Yagal. Also kind of curious about how On's going to look to approach Roams. He's got the hook, interrupts Scout. Very annoying.
Looks like Yagao not really willing to commit to a play onto Scout here. But On with a really nice hook there. Just denies the tempo a little bit. Yagao and Scout both no TP available. So this will be a full-on recall. It's going to be a long time back to lane. So Yagao has an opportunity to potentially crash a wave here and should be able to do so. I think that'll hit the tower just before that next wave comes. And there we go. So crash achieved. Nice little roam from On.
Yep, nice little roam from On. Does help out Yagal's wave state and basically equalizes the CS for now. As, yeah, hook's not going to connect onto Tarzan. Spear will.
The game
curious about the dragon.
Game of dodgeball that is this game. Like the saplings coming out, the spears to answer, hooks coming through. And then in the meantime, you're going to have to start dodging killer instincts coming out from Gala. There's feathers from Elk. It feels like this game. And shock blasts as well.
Yep.
This is going to be a game of skill shots. This is going to be a game of trying to dodge, seeing what you can get away with.
Gonna need the movement very soon. BLG could get collapsed on Shun. First chain.
We'll get rooted.
A little bit too close to the tower.
Yeah. That's the problem with Leona versus like a Nautilus. Nautilus will pull you away from that tower slightly as you go in, whereas Leona, you are committing your body to the play. In, pulled under the tower, but doesn't actually tank it. Maybe tanked one shot. Hard to say with the shield, but Zika getting some good damage down, punishing Bin for the aggression in the top side. And even in CS as well up in the top lane.
Yeah, not too bad. Really nice bit of pressure put down there by Zika, and Bin will just equalize it by going the implants out of the river, so not the end of the world. Nice to see that Zika's trying to make the best of this lane, as he did in game number 1. Still fell behind a little bit, but that was equalized out once Bin looked for that play with the teleport, didn't it? So we'll see if something like that opens up for him again, because it gave him so much resources, or so many resources rather, which is a little difficult to then start to take over the team fights with Scout. This time out, Scout on the LeBlanc. It's a little bit more about side laning, but also with the kind of composition that LNG have around the LeBlanc, she can definitely still function as a bit of a poke mage and annoyance off those side lanes regardless. So see how that one plays out. BLG can collapse onto this, but LNG instead.
Hung just instantly flashes onto them. Elk using his cleanse early on, saving the Featherstorm, but his first blood already. Tarzan's low and Shun just pounces in. In come the shock blast, but it's wide. As Yagao closes the gap. Hung surviving though. The Scout now joins the play as well, but BLG still on top of it. No, Scout takes them to pieces. Double kill and Gala's got the killer instinct. Elk is no longer, and Gala, he's eating venison tonight.
Dude, BLG might have been first to that play, but by the time the rest of LNG show up, they just start dropping bodies instantly, and no one gets the dragon, but LNG picking up kills on crucial members. 2 kills go into Scout's back pocket. Kill goes into Gala. That's static Shiv already available for the LeBlanc. And I mean, decisiveness from Hung is so key here. Helps lock down Elk. He has to use the cleanse. The feather pullback is nice, and even though On dies, you start to look at this turn around and you think, all right, maybe this can work out for BLG. Shock blast sidestepped by Hung. Still dies, but again, it means that the target selection then has to be overextended by BLG. And then Shun just gets one-shot by Scout. Same thing for Yagal, who's overextended, and then at this point, Elk doesn't really have anywhere to go. No flash, no cleanse. Has the ultimate, but Gala has that second skin stacked up, and Cathian Rain finishes it off to crown himself with 1 kill on the back end of the play. And now LNG, with kills in all the carries that they need, can start to look very happily towards looking for a retake on that dragon.
And, you know, we've been talking a little bit about signature picks today, and I feel like we always do in the LPL. There are so many legendary players. And Scout, while you may think of like things like the Azir, things like the Rise, when you think of Scout, his LeBlanc is also insane. Remember the old story of Scout, that he was Faker's trainee. He was the guy on SKTT1 back in the day, learning underneath Faker, back when Faker was flawless on LeBlanc. You know that Scout's LeBlanc is legendary in its own right. with a 65% win rate over 55 games in his career. Starting off strong here with the stack ship already picked up 2-0-1. Scout, this is your game.
Absolutely is. Not a lot of hard CC either across the board from BLG. No point and click to lock down Scout, so he's going to feel really confident throughout this game to step up and basically just deal the damage that he needs to. He's never really going to be threatened, so freedom for Scout. And the rest of LNG utilizing his freedom in the mid lane, picking up this dragon. They'll get that one stacking, and now BLG try and cross map. They'll get the Herald, I'm pretty sure, but they have to make good use of it, claw back this gold lead that they have allowed LNG to build themselves.
See if they can find it. Elk, he has the Feather Storm, but he doesn't have Cleanse, he doesn't have Flash. And here come the roots across the team. Hung tries to get the stun. The Solar Flare is perfect. Timing, immaculate. Easiest dive of LNG's life.
Yeah, exactly. LNG don't really have to do much there. Cleanse was just coming up. Even if he had Cleanse, I mean, he's just died.
I mean, look at this scoreboard and think back to game number 1. Does this not feel exactly like what BLG did to LNG in game number 1? Game 2 so close, but game number 3 here, this is feeling like a stomp for LNG so far.
Yeah, it is. See if they can keep the pace high though, LNG, right? That's what you really want to see. That's where it succeeded for BLG. They just kept on throwing bodies towards Zika. Now you want to see LNG continue to throw bodies towards Elk and On. This topside matchup isn't really one where, you know, it can be exploded quite quickly. Zika's doing a great job of just neutralizing, so BLG either have to try and abuse it ASAP as much as they can, or they have to try and answer the numbers on the bottom side. On can like the attempt. Try and silence Scout before he can get that next distortion off, but window's a little bit too small.
Just a tiny bit too late on it. Good shock blast from Yagao. I remember mid-game is going to be where the Jace, the Nidalee really come into their own, where the spears and the shock blasts are going to do so much damage. The game is certainly not over just yet, but LNG in a fantastic spot. And I love the draft that they've built for themselves as well. I love that we're seeing a different look from, you know, the Azir Zaya kind of composition where it's all about the scaling, it's all about late game. This one feels much more like they have playmaking all throughout the game, even in the top side, winning bot lane, winning mid lane. It feels fantastic, and with a 2-0-2 Tarzan as well, there's not a single weak point on the map.
No, there is not. Tarzan, honestly, in a game like this where there's only really one tank buster, air quotes, from Elk, you feel really good about having 2 kills. Having Tarzan pick up the resources is always going to be okay, just because he's going to be this unkillable front line. Now, they're just, again, looking to kind of posture up around this bottom side, right? And that's what we want to continue to see. Put down this pressure, continues to grow the lead. BLG have the Herald on the opposite side. They have to use it to get a huge amount of gold. It has to be like 3 plates or more. They're all angling up towards Zika. Maybe they can take him out on a dive. Let's see how they make this one work as they approach.
Look at the minimap though. Hung knows what's going on. He's headed straight over. So is Tarzan. This has been rumbled. BLG going to try and make the play in the top side. Do they commit to this one? Hung, they must know he's there at this point as he drops a ward in. There we go. Play diffused already. LNG, they're reading BLG like a book.
Yeah, this was great from LNG. They understand that realistically, Zika can't be dived very quickly, and then not only do they make it here, despite the Herald being dropped, it's now going to get basically the minimum value possible. 2 plates, and it's spread into 3 members, neither of which are Yagao or Elk. So I feel like LNG don't really care about the fact that they lost those plates at all, and they can just continue to match where appropriate and go to look towards that second dragon once it spawns up.
Kind of interesting. Hang on. Yagao won't be able to pass out. He just dips away again. Cleanse instantly from Elk, and the Featherstorm out as well. Root onto Hung. Oh no! The hook is just a pixel too short from On.
I'm gonna need an instant replay of that hook, because I feel like the hook touched Hung's nose, but couldn't quite get a grip on his head.
Oh, Bin's in so much trouble. Bin is in so much trouble. Zika turns Mega Gnar, but actually, reinforcements here for BLG. Maybe it's Hung that's in trouble instead. Shock Blast is in, and this Leona is no more. BLG finding themselves something. Still 1,000 gold behind in this game, but perhaps if they could take a tower, that'll be minimized.
Yeah, perhaps it will be. Plates are off, so it's not plate gold, but at the end of the day, you're happy to cross-map the structure. This gold goes into Yagal's back pocket, so that's going to feel quite nice. Scout on the other end, however, was answering out in kind, so very close to taking this tower down. He'll probably do it in the next couple of waves. Remember, with the stack shift completed, he's going to be able to clear past Bin here, though. Ooh,
Q3 doesn't land. That was an all-out angle. The Scout zips on back, but Bin into the wave will protect the tower. As long as moving over to the bottom side, Scout has to be cautious as Tarzan moves in to protect his mid laner. Dragon spawning on the map. Zika in the top lane, but has TP.
Teleport available. No one on BLG has that TP, so they want to commit to the Dragon. Zika wants to put down a little bit of pressure. The issue is, for LNG and for Zika specifically, he's timing out Mega Gnar now, so he's going to be exhausted. He's going to have to rebuild that bar up. So I think this is likely just a bit of a yield here from LNG, and they're just going to willingly look towards that tower in the top side. We'll see whether or not they can get it. I feel like with Triforce, it could be pretty much mincemeat. As there goes the Dragon. And Yagal will answer the top side of the map. So Dragon 1 apiece, another Cloud Soul and Rift. It was game 1 we had that. Game 3 they're gifted with the wins again.
See who's going to take control of the Drakes later on. It's 1 apiece, which does tend to mean we're not going to see a Soul as all out. Committed onto Scout here. We'll be able to just dip back to his distortion, but Bin just making sure that Scout knows he's having no nonsense in that bottom side. He will protect that tower with his life. The tower will stand as both solo laners recall. Herald coming up in 20 seconds.
LNG, Maokai, LeBlanc, all of these snap engage they have. They're in the river first. Honestly, I feel like for BLG, it's so rough. You've got Poke right between Yagao and Shun, but is it ever really enough to force out LNG? I feel like the answer is no, unless it's somehow slipping through the goalposts and hitting Gala or Scout. Well, Scout's never going to be there, so BLG probably have to give this one up. We'll see, though. They're kind of pushing forward on the minimap. As we take a look at that bottom side. They've retaken control for now, Joe.
Oh, On could be in trouble. He's not that tanky, but the silence comes in. Gala pulled back in as Zika found Elk has that Featherstorm as Zika tries to put some pressure down. Scout underneath the tower. Featherstorm immediately has to come out. BLG are just kicked out of the top side. Bin couldn't be a part of the play. It's fantastic stuff from LNG. They continue to leverage this advantage.
I just continue to ponder the question, how do BLG contest 5v5 against this composition? It doesn't feel tenable, and the Herald's going to go over now. BLG, again, I feel like the win conditions are so slim that approaching these fights is just not possible. I don't know, it's a head scratcher, Joe. And BLG have landed on what they've landed on. Yagao? Steal? Not gonna happen. Though Tarzan's really struggling to hit the high.
Yeah, Tarzan finally gets it. But again, look at Scout. He's already got the Shiv as well as a Night Harvester. He's in such a strong spot. However, one thing I will say, BLG, Blitzcrank. You can never quite count out a Blitzcrank composition, but it's feeling fantastic for LNG right now. So long as they don't get caught out themselves, they should be good. On tanking the tower for a minute here, but be okay. BLG do manage to pressure a tower out from LNG. And I feel like that's one thing that BLG have done very well in both games that they were behind, is still continue to contest, still push forwards and fight for these objectives. On getting caught out though, not ideal.
Not ideal at all. And I mean, you go back to it, LNG, compositionally, it's not something that BLG can really overcome, it feels like. And I go back to the draft, and I'm kind of not so sold on the lack of wanting to teamfight as BLG. Again, I'm kind of, it's a conundrum to me, Joe. It's a conundrum. But maybe BLG can outdo it with a good hook from Blitzcrank or something along those lines. Either way, LNG right now can really just cruise for as long as they need to until Scouts hit, you know, 3 items, until Gala hits another one. And then at that point, they're just gonna, I feel like, overpower BLG at every angle that they can look for.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? Unless we can get some kind of miracle, some kind of mojo, if you will, from BLG. But it's not feeling particularly mojo-y in this one. And LNG, not many people expecting them to come in as a favorite today. It's BLG first seed out of the regular season and have looked dominant against everyone except for JDG. JDG, the only team that has managed to beat BLG in summer. And yet, here we are with LNG. Advantage in game number 3. Ain't over till it's over, but composition looks good from LNG. And we'll see what the execution is going to be like in those team fights, because these kind of like dive buddies compositions can be a little difficult to pull off. I mean, that said, the mechanics on these players are absolutely insane.
I agree. I mean,
oh no! A millimeter away from that ward. That's gutting.
Sad moment. I mean, Baron's up now though, and it's going to be the opportunity maybe for BLG to kind of come back into this one. If there's a bit of an overzealous attempt on top of the Baron, then hey, maybe LNG can fumble and BLG can find something. But until then, I feel like it's going to be the patience game from LNG, right? Suffocate BLG out of the river. And then as soon as, you know, there's an overstep looking to find information, that's it, you just turn and you burn the first target. And it should be as simple as that. Dragon's up, if LNG want it. But
oh, Scout wants out. The Solar Flare's in as well. Featherstorm already out, has to flash the heal out from On as well. Everything used here to keep Elk alive, and if that doesn't buy you space in the mid lane, I don't know what will. Elk in big trouble, overstepping, and Scout continuously punishing from the bottom side here. That's 2 fights in a row where he finds an angle onto Elk in the mid lane.
Exactly. And now Elk, no Featherstorm, no flash, no cleanse. Should be really easy pickings the next time something like that unfolds. Bin, kind of in an isolated position. Is it one way you can be picked off in the long run? Doesn't seem like LNG are interested. Oh, hello, Scout.
Scout's been caught out. Shun finds himself a pick here. Out of nowhere, Gala, Killer Instinct onto Shun. Can they finish off this Nidalee? Elk getting some feathers out, but Zika doesn't get caught by the pullback. Turns Mega and keeps himself alive. On needs to find a hook, needs to find a miracle. As Yagao and Bin are moving in, but the flash out from Zika. Now Bin on the front line to set up for his team, but they just don't have the damage. They can't find the targets. All out onto Tarzan to separate him from the squad, and he should go down. That's one for BLG, and a knock-up onto Hung as well. Looking for a hook at BLG. I don't know how they've done it, but they've coupled a fight together.
I'm scratching my head as well. I mean, BLG, it seems like Scout just overstepped somewhere. Maybe he ate a shot blast and a spear at the same time and just gets one shot, and off the back of that alone, BLG able to find a successful fight. Now, LNG still with a minor gold lead, 1,000. They've still, to me, compositionally got themselves in a pretty good spot, but how does this happen? What the... Brother. Okay, well, just not respecting the damage that Yagao has on offer.
Yeah. He must have just not realized Shun was there too. Yeah, like, that's the only thing I can think of, because that a bit of a head scratcher from Scout, honestly. And then the rest of the fight, 4v4. It's just pure confidence from BLG, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They're just very happy to take the fight. And a good flash from Bin brings Tarzan even further away from his team, whilst he's got the Q3 Prime. Able to find the knockback and takes him down. Shutdown goes over to Yagao as well. And Hung trying to back up. His teammate ends up falling in the process. So it's just a lot of golden shutdowns that go over to BLG. That put them in a position where they can kind of subtly look to contest, right? The gold lead, very minute. But when you look at the items, everyone's basically at parity. LNG on top of this Baron. It's a bit of a slow burn up. But BLG, do they...
They don't even seem to suspect anything's happening. Zika has been caught out, but he'd happily trade his life for a Baron here.
Yeah.
This LNG, they're just going to snake this one. BLG never even considered that it was happening. Zika surely goes down. Yagao with a shock blast to finish him, but, I mean, one pick for a Baron. There's no universe where that's worth it for BLG. Scout found by Bin. He wants the 1v1. Is the distortion used by Scout just to get himself out. Jumps back in to keep clearing these waves. Ah, the Shiv LeBlanc. Isn't it the most annoying thing that's ever existed? No, that's you. But, hey, it's up there.
No, that is Yumi. Hey, I mean, Juggernaut Season 5. Do you remember, like,
Garen just sprinting at you.
Oh, God, yeah. Garen wants you. Oh, Garen Yumi for a little bit. That was mostly like a Fnatic special, right, I guess? What else was there? There was a lot of things over the years.
Hang on. Scout. He's been a lot of things over the years, but right now he is caught out, and that's it. That's the only thing he is. Flash comes out from him. Hook slightly shy from On. He's not been great on the hooks so far this game, but that will be a knock-up. There's Scout actually getting out of this one. They obviously thought Tarzan was a little closer than he was. They don't chase at all.
Huh. Well, not bad. Hung. Nope, he's too tanky. This is frustrating as hell for BLG, man. They've just...
It doesn't feel like they can do anything.
Around. No, they can't. I mean, again, it goes back, not to be a broken record, but it goes back to the draft a little bit, right? No point in click CC, you can't really lock down anyone, the composition,
Oh, Yagao just gets one shot. Great little combo from Hung and Gala, reminding us why Leona has been such a staple in the LPL for so many years. Bringing back a bit of that vintage LPL. As now, tier 2's taken in mid and in top. That pick onto Yagao just completely opens the map up. It's a huge pick onto On as well. Feathers do nothing. It's at the wrong angle, but it's the front to back, which Elk kind of likes. Bin gets one onto Hung. 1 for 1. Not ideal for either team, to be honest.
Yeah, not ideal at all. I mean, LNG would have loved to have tried to break open the base, right? But they still pick up a lot of like structure gold. You can see the Baron power play, 3,500 gold. So they're still pretty happy about it, but certainly could have looked to have been better. BLG able to break apart the tempo for now, and the game will probably just neutralize out for a couple of minutes, but does give us a little bit of time to kind of just evaluate the state of the game. I think realistically BLG still down, you know, full item on the carries where it matters. That's the big thing. The fact that LNG have got Scout and Gala on 3 items, and on top of that, Gala the F sword and a stopwatch, so a lot of additional space for dive as Scout.
Aggressive trading from both sides there. Scout going in, protecting the minions, thanks to the fact that you give them that Baron buff. I'm looking at Gala though. Like 3 items already finished on the Kai'Sa, and on top of that, going for that AD Kai'Sa. This is the pick that he literally put his name on the international stage with. That he showed up at MSI and just destroyed people. Gala, an absolute menace on the pick. And it's a good hook from On, but it's onto Tarzan. It's really difficult to follow up onto that.
Aftershock, Maokai, almost 3,000 HP. It's not necessarily a target that you want, unfortunately. And it feels like for On, he's not hit too many hooks on the targets where they can really be burst down. Maybe they can find one now. That'll be a bit of a, you know, time buy-up for BLG here, but doesn't really seem like LNG are even going to give him the option. They're just kind of giving them the runaround again.
Yeah. I feel like LNG are kind of doing to BLG what BLG did to them in game number 1, where we're not going to fight you. We don't actually want 5v5. We're just playing for these side lanes and then playing for picks. BLG, this comp, it's all vibes. It's all hands. Can they find the skill shots? Killer Instinct comes on through, Solar Flare onto 2, but he doesn't actually find a stun. Zika has to hop away from the hook as Scout has found the backline. Bit of damage there has been tanking up for the team as they dive in. LNG, they've got this one on a platter, haven't they? They're not even taking damage in return as they dive on forwards. Featherstorm out from Elk, pulls them back in. Is it enough for the fight though? Garleton's going to keep himself alive as Elk survives. Zika on the backside of things. Tarzan down. Shun will surely fall, but the heal comes on through. Gala has to flash to finish the job. Bin can't take him out though. And LNG, it was a little scrappy, it was a little close, but it looks clean in the end. 6,000 gold lead as they barrel down mid.
Honestly, hard fought there by BLG at the end, but they just don't have the items of the gold. LNG dance around them yet again, and they will close out this game and bring us to series point. LNG potentially defying a lot of people's expectations. Very close to taking down the number 1 team for regular season. Hung is going to get hooked.
It's a bonus at the end there for On, but LNG taking game number 3 here, and like you say, defying expectations. Shout out to the MSI graphics. We're all about defying. But LNG, not many people predicting them today. Just you, Jamada, with the 3-1 prediction.
Me. Just me, yeah. I don't know what to say.
It has to be said, like, LNG, I think, coming out really, really strong drafts, really confident play as well, happy to go toe-to-toe with BLG. Game number 1 left me a little bit worried for them, but game number 2 and 3, it feels like Tarzan has the read on whatever BLG are trying to do. It feels like BLG are still trying to poke and prod, still trying to go toe-to-toe, but LNG have found the answers. LNG have managed to match numbers advantage. Like, you see the play towards top lane tower. Everyone from LNG is on their way to that tower. They are not letting anyone get caught out of position.
Yeah, it just, I feel like LNG have showed up again, you know, today with a pretty set idea of how they wanted to approach BLG, and whatever BLG's read is, whether it be in game, outside of the first, you know, game where clearly it was pretty plain and simple, shut down Zika. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. It just seems like a little bit of night and day going on at the minute, and LNG at this pace, at this rate, if there's no solid adjustment from BLG, this actually is a 3-1. My hilarious prediction ends up being my accidental hilarious prediction ends up being right. So BLG need to find, you know, I'm not even gonna say they need to find themselves. Just draft the team fighting composition. That's it. I think they've just been having too much fun, right? This is a situation where you could end up giving up your opportunity for a rematch in finals to, again, you know, avenge yourselves after going 3-0. LNG, for all, you know, all rights to them, they're playing like they deserve this rematch against JDG more.
Yeah. And it would be a tragic end to summer for BLG. A lot of people touting them as favourites for the entire tournament, you know, managing to finish first in the regular season, and then they get decimated by JDG in the upper final. Now in the lower final, they're 2-1 down. It's brutal. And this is against a team that they 2-0 during the regular season. But LNG, it feels like this organization, I don't know what they feed their players, but they seem to just power up. The longer the season goes on, the better they get. And by the end of summer, they are always a contender for Worlds. They need to win finals to qualify for Worlds without having to go through regionals. But honestly, today, looking fantastic. They are looking to book their ticket. They took JDG to 5 games before. I'm here for it. If LNG can make finals here, I'm on board to see what on earth they can do in that final. It'd be a hell of a series.
I think considering they pushed JDG to 5 games, maybe, you know, not to be that guy, maybe LNG are just a better suited team. You know, as much as I love the rivalry that BLG and JDG have for themselves, right? And the fact that they've established themselves as, you know, arguably the 2 best teams in the LPL. I think the fact that LNG have had this glow up, they had that series against JDG, which, you know, realistically could have gone their way as well. It does start to kind of, you know, poke and prod up into your mind, given the trajectory of this series and, you know, the fact that we could be on a course for a 3-1 because of BLG's very curious read, to say the least. Maybe it's LNG's time, you know, to defy expectations, make it to the finals, and see if, you know, that rematch into JDG can be one where they break the golden road.
That'll be the question. But they're not there just yet. BLG still want to hold on. But to be honest, after the 2 JDG series we saw, I actually think LNG would make for a better final. Because BLG, they just have a better block. I don't know what it is, but they just cannot touch JDG. LNG, though, feels like they might be able to. IG could, that's for sure. We'll see if LNG can finish this series out and book their ticket. But let's just take a moment and appreciate that scoreline from Gala as well. 6-0-7. You give Kaiser Gala, you lose the game. It's just that simple. He's just a beast on it.
Yeah, bit of a hole that BLG put themselves in as well, right? It was the Kaiser Jace Maokai triangle. You'd never really want to give over Kaiser to Gala, so you're forced to go towards the Jace. Unfortunately, it was still the wrong answer, you know? So, yeah, let's see what the adaptations are if they stay on blue side and, you know, what happens in Game 4.
I feel like if BLG go over to the red side now, they need to take a leaf out of LNG's books and not ban all of the OPs so you can get 2 of the OPs yourself. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know which side we're going to be on, but BLG, they've got to figure something out in this next draft because they are up against the ropes. Can they make it to finals once again? Spring was a miracle run. Let's see if they can repeat that miracle while they're 2-1 down here against LNG.
抢到了宁王，而且大招过去直接开钻。哇，这人对你打得很混乱了，主力来疯狂投伤害，恶不流点到了格温，但正面还有个满血格力加小猫咪，所以才有点不太够，被震回来了。恶飞流这个点还有点高，格力还有第2周目，但问题没有把厄斐琉斯击倒，看厄斐琉斯有基宝还在拉扯。厄斐琉斯再点个人头，要五杀了，就在假期赛第1天5杀。
想要滑上去，
开大招开点了，猴子给技能往前推出了闪现技巧了，一步之后就是生存的秘籍，手上挂上
克这边还在正面 ，Mark 这边能保住吗？刀子大，这边虎刀直接吸，我们过来，我有这个洛佩留斯直接拿到一个3杀，3下端脱贫位置。
先逼掉乐言在后面前顶，乐言丝线直接被秦文燕你给击杀掉了，而且后续赖的利用计划给了对方控制之后，回头在5连开始来大输出，4杀夸张到手，5杀吗？最后人头是由小虎给拿到。
再战线，双招交出来，但是想留更多的人，
就要开了，
可以想开后排，想开出可以
直接秒杀了 AD，
卡莎直接对位的沙顿 AD，
这波只要看后部其实就可以了，在2下之后开始的收割模式能收割起来吗？交闪电会把9二7点死了，这波机会，后部感觉可以收割，再打一个中间人口 ，West Cap 就老不技能，但没有任何办法一击能敌完之后一个 Triple Kill 到手，那应该是有夸抓了。这个位置自己也没定在原地，请回眼睛向前狂奔 ，Alpha 再次支配了战场，4杀到手。
卡莎瞬间切到战场，4转卡莎，他带来个刺客的转职，直接收到一波 double kill，瞄准奎桑迪还捏着自己的大招，他没有大招是没有了，卡莎直接一波3杀，39身上还被套了一手重度粉花突了，卡莎再一个虚空肯定，直接切进去后的反杀龙让，但是被小波给推走了，下个刺切被处理掉，嘎啦飞上去了，1-2，拿下3杀下来，4杀到手，这3个5杀是可以稳稳的送到嘎啦的身上，本塔 kill，
来了，要跳一下。欧亚这边很脆，直接被融化了，第一场已经招了，而且塔已经被点掉，双 C 在打前排，但是打不动，这边欧亚已经死了，这边开了5个人啊，开的还不错，但这边的话李飞的血量还挺健康的，绿尔已经被秒掉，李飞拿到一个双杀，小炮跳进来闪 A， 李飞已经拿到一个第3个人头了，
有机会5杀，
要5杀了，最后优卡被斩整到，你把通臂的 Q， 本塔 Q。
欧亚这边先被解决，北川也被卡在了前面，所有人都在集火出妹非常绕，打了一个闪现和原地牛头死了，瑶瑶反身开一个大招，但是被乌兹给躲开了，乌兹还在输出，乌兹这边是有闪现跟大招的，但双方打成一个，这一波他要飞吗？再一个手进攻了，乌兹回来，卡西亚暴雨带走了瑶瑶，闪现过来，还有彪把他锁住了，最后剩下一个过来的优口过来飞，乌兹已经卡到大招，闪现不打，最后一下平 A。
I say we gotta talk now, but I have no strength to fight. Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you.
我的话，季后赛发挥的不错吧，然后希望越打越好吧。选到工具人带的话，更好帮队友吧。大家都很想进决赛吧。然后世界赛的话，也是我们的一个大目标吧。我是一个老选手，给新选手说一下的话，就一直努力，一直加油吧。我们目前状态不错吧，我们很想进决赛吧。世界赛部分也是我们的一个大目标吧。
Welcome back, everybody, as we head towards game number 4 of our lower bracket finals here in LPL Summer 2023. I'm joined by Jamada as we are looking down the barrel of an LNG upset, question mark? I don't know if it is an upset or not. I feel like it's a fairly even match based on recent results. And LNG showing up in game number 2. BLG annihilated game number 1, but then LNG game 2, game 3, they have been on point.
This is kind of one of those. I was kind of just wrecking your point on saying is this like kind of turning out to be an upset? And like you say, for one, LNG looking on point, but I'm starting to wonder, was the writing on the walls, Joe? Just from results up against JDG. I feel like BLG this series just haven't really had the right read so far. I'm hoping they can turn things around. Gala though, MVP, he got Kai'Sa. Is there anything else to really say other than he got It's one of those things now where when you think of players that are exceptionally good at a champion, Gala and Kai'Sa are basically synonymous with one another.
Yeah, they really are. And I feel like Hung as well had actually a really good series of setting up for Gala, being that initial engage for the team. Really, really well played. And then that auto onto Elk sets up for the follow-up play, waits for the flash, killer instinct to find the 1v1 on the enemy AD carry. Gala's eating good tonight, that is for sure. Phenomenal game number 3 out from him. A deserved MVP.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, like you said, honorable mention to Hung, to be honest with you, right? Had to dig a little bit deep for the Leona. Not that it's necessarily outside of his champion pool by any means, but a lot of support bans, and I felt like he was always setting up for Gala throughout this game, and Gala very happily takes over a game where there just wasn't any threat onto him, was there? He was pretty much playing as an assassin more than an AD carry throughout this game and dominates so much of what BLG were trying to find.
Yeah, baiting Shun in as well with the stopwatch to then finish the kill off. Just beautiful stuff. And it's the positioning. He's so confident to go forwards and still be putting out massive damage and then be able to dodge whatever's going on. It feels like he has read the fight, knows what his opponent is going to try and do. And it's just so beautiful to watch. Phenomenal stuff. And now we go towards game number 4. BLG, they have to dig deep now. They have to find something, because this would be a really tragic way to end the summer for them. They'll still be very likely going to Worlds, like either through second seed if JDG wins finals, or through regionals, but they want to make Worlds right now. If they win this series, they qualify for Worlds. They want to contest JDG for that Golden Road. They want that opportunity to fight their demons and go up against JDG once more. And LNG, they're on the cusp of denying that opportunity.
Wouldn't it be absolutely insane if we had this very crazy timeline where, let's say, LNG win win LPL Summer.
That would be a crazy timeline, but I'm here for it.
That would be a crazy timeline, to be fair. They auto-qualify into Worlds, and JDG get the second seed. Then that obviously bumps BLG into regional qualifiers. And then BLG just, didn't make Worlds. Wouldn't that be the craziest football craze ever? Haunted timeline, I feel like, because we do want to see BLG at Worlds. I feel like they have a lot to offer the international stage. But like you mentioned, that would, right? Go ahead.
It'd be reminiscent of WE. In 2021, They had this huge miracle run and then 0-12 in a row as people figured their strategy out and bombed out from double elim all the way through regionals into not making Worlds. It was tragic. I feel like if BLG didn't make it, it'd be akin to that. They'd have to go on such a lose streak. It would just be brutal. I really hope that's not the case. Let's not even entertain that for now. Yeah, they're still in the series. They've not even lost the series yet. We could go to 5 games, but BLG, they've got to change something. Like, Jamada, coming into this next draft, What do you want to see from BLG? How do you fix these issues?
They're on red side. Okay, it's really simple. Okay, put my mouse down. Draft.
I'll pick mine up.
Thank you. Draft, team fight. That's it. That's all they've got to do. Just draft the 5v5 front to back. They can do it. I know they've got it in them. They can do it. But also, I think now that they're back on red side, the other thing is picking Shun's jungle pick earlier, right? You can't let it slip to 4-5. What happened in game number 2 when that happened? He landed on Kha'Zix. Did it look great? Not really. It felt like it really hamstringed a lot of BLG's early aggressive opportunities. So for me, it is about securing jungle early on, ensuring that you pick up as many comfort picks as possible, and crucially as well, you just potentially still deny away Scout's Azir. I think you can't give that over again. I think he demonstrated in both the loss and the win that he's always going to be a threat on that pick, so keeping him off that comfort is key. Those are the adaptations I want to see from BLG. Let's see if their ideas land on where I'm thinking as we're into the draft for game number 4, and LNG keeping a very similar set of bans into BLG. BLG this time, though, removing away the LeBlanc. Let's see where LNG land, and more crucially for me, where BLG land, because again, the adaptations have to come from them.
Yeah. And I've got to say, coming into the draft, Tabe was probably feeling pretty superior up against Poppy. You know, they won MSI together back in 2021, and then Poppy left. Tabe went on to win MSI again. Now drafting against one another, and it's Poppy with the heads-up advantage. 2-1 so far. Xayah first pick for LNG. It's answered. This time it's Yagao going on to the Azir. So Jace taken off the board and Azir locked in. LeBlanc gone. Shun takes the Sejuani.
Dude, Joe, they're doing it. They're drafting team fight. I'm happy. LNG. Let's see, Maokai, right? Feels like a given. What do they want to do for Scout? Oh, the Tristana got left up this time, of course, because of the LeBlanc ban. So LNG, double AD carry, plus the tree, and room to basically just have a bunch of frontline alongside it. BLG, is it Cassante? Is it... Oh, okay, the Rel is what's going to be here. So now I'm expecting something like Alistar plus the Braum bans away from Hung. And you're happy with him going on to the Nautilus, but Alistar's been an annoying matchup, and then of course, I beg your pardon, Braum, I feel like is such a great tool for dealing with disengage, or dealing with engage, Varys disengage that you don't really want to have to run into it. For LNG, probably Elk AD carries, right? Aphelios, maybe the Varys alongside it will probably be the 2 bans I'm expecting out of them.
We'll see. Is that actually Gwen going to be taken off of the board? Trying to deny Bin a carry here. Feeling like Bin will want to have some strength in the top side. That's 3 top lane bans levied at Bin already from LNG. I don't know if there even is a 4th LA top laner that you're expecting from Bin, aside from the Cassante here. Whether or not you want to actually ban away the Cassante is a different thing, because, I mean, so far LNG have shown that they can deal with the Cassante.
I'll be honest, I'm more... So, unless it's protection bans because you want Cassante, oh, they're splitting bans. Okay, very interesting. So, Aphelios gone, does Elk just want... You know, again, the Varys as kind of just this lane answer. I feel like it would probably make the most sense. You give yourself a pretty stable lane. He hasn't really picked up too much though, so I wonder if it's going to be something else like this Jinx. Yeah, that's the thing in the back of my head. And again, leans more into hyper carry. BLG with the Azir. I mean, all these hovers kind of just make sense either way. And now LNG, whatever the AD carry is going to be Ezreal of all things. Know that they're dealing with basically scaling, waiting for 2 items, right? And they'll have a counter pick for Bin, which they'll hope looks to break the game if you're BLG. LNG need to find something stable. Let's see what they go towards. Again, I think the Braum is kind of a bit of a given, Joe, for Hung, and it's about what Zika's willing to count, blind pick rather, into the top side.
You say that. Hung happy to go for the Leona again. It looked pretty damn good in the 3rd game of the series. There we go, the Cassante this time taken by LNG. Does Bin just go for the Gnar? It's been working against the Cassante so far in Zika's favor.
Fiora.
But no,
yeah,
Fiora locked in. Let's go, Bin bringing it out and wanting to show up. Remember, this is the pick that he got his World's Finals pentakill on back in 2020. He's bringing it out just for Zika today.
Exactly. He's looking to try and dominate the 1v1. Wouldn't be surprised if BLG looked for a similar level of aggression into the top side that they did in level 1 at game number 1 as well. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Zika, I feel like on the Cassante, a little more well-suited to deal with, you know, pressure like that. Or Renekton really can be, but mostly post-level 6, right? So we'll see how things kind of pan out, because for BLG, it's Azir, Ezreal in the bottom and the mid lane. It's not really the most amount of you know, damage to play around early on. You need level 6 to come in for Azir before you can really look for setup, and even then it's onto Tristana, so that's always going to be a tough angle. I feel like BLG all-inning to the top side, and this draft makes a lot more sense into LNG. LNG, however, tools of their own, will still be looking for the same MO as they have been throughout the entirety of the series so long. And as Teamfight gets the 2 items on both your AD carries and look for the front to backs and engages off the back of Hung and Tarzan.
See if they can find him. There's BLG, a much slower composition aside from maybe that top side, where they are looking for the team fights later on. Ezreal, not a champion that you think about early aggression on. That said, I feel like LPL is the one region where you do see a bit of early game Ezreal action, that's for sure. If you can land those Qs, you can certainly get damage out. We'll see if Elk can manage to make it happen. But this Tristana has been a crux of LNG's drafting through their last couple of series. We saw it a lot against JDG, twice coming out from Gala, once coming out from Scout as well. This is something they're well versed in, and we'll see if the flex Tristana, I guess it didn't really get flexed, it went towards that mid lane, but we'll see if it can pay off for LNG.
You'd expect it will, because Tristana, such a powerful pick. And again, double AD carries feel super consistent inside of this meta. You expect LNG to just play out patiently and look for plays where they can find them, but not over-aggress. For BLG, I think the aggression is going to come through the top side, as they've got that Fiora in Bin's hands into Zuka in a matchup which should be favorable and eventually be a ticking time bomb for BLG that LNG won't have an answer to after 25-30 minutes.
Let's see. I feel like BLG are laying down the gauntlet. Let's see if LNG can pick it up. So, BLG... Oh, go on.
I think the LNG... We caught the last LNG Gyro, and it didn't sound that quiet. So,
he's saying the crowd is flip-flopping.
I'm saying the crowd might be flip-flopping a little bit.
If they're anything like most of the crowds I've been a part of, they just want a good game. Like, a lot of them will be cheering for a team, but the most important thing is bangers when you're going to an event. Well, we'll have to see. As BLG, I feel like are kind of calling LNG out with this composition. They're sort of saying, look, we're playing for the late game. You have to put pressure on us. You have to speed the game up, and you have to end the game before 30 minutes, or we're going to win in the team fights. And the question is, can LNG do that? I feel like LNG have been picking up the pace over the course of the year. Like, earlier on in the year, they were a much slower team. It feels like in some of their games against JDG, against top esports, they were very willing to bring a lot of strength to that early game. See if they can bring that here today in game number 4 as BLG are up against the ropes.
BLG up against the ropes. Outside of being against JDG, how many times throughout the year have we really said that about them? Bin, taking a pretty good level 1 trade here.
Whoa.
If that riposte lands, makes the trade even more heavy-handed. Like the idea. But this is just going to continue to happen, Joe. Throughout a lot of this laning phase, Bin's going to have a lot of freedom. But it will be about how LNG either look to, you know, effectively cross-map it or ignore it, or actually look to put pressure down. But, you know, Maokai Kasante into Fiora, yeah, it's going to be a difficult ask, to say the least, to take down that Fiora. And Shun already looking for an aggressive angle, but the sapling...
Ooh, will spot him. So Shun noted and won't be able to find his play towards the top side. Tarzan well aware that this could happen, setting up those saplings in advance.
I also want to really highlight his pathing as well. Started on the Raptors, went to blue, then Gromp, dropped the sapling in that bush to kind of cover the dive, and then goes back towards the wolves, and of course, naturally, the rest of his full clear. So really intelligent adaptation based on what happened in game 1, just to ensure that there's no dive, and at the very least, he'll be there to cover if a dive was on the table for BLG.
Tarzan towards the bottom side now. Shun in the bottom quadrant as well. So could be a bit of action here as Hung does look for an engage, but the damage out from Elk should be able to dissuade a little bit of this as Hunk keeps on stepping up forwards as Yagao taking a lot of damage from Scout here. Jump has been reset, gets the slow. Yagao trying to return the damage, jumps in for the shield. Scout so low on HP, but Yagao walks away and it's traded. The tower shot takes him 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Oh man, Scout really wanted that 1v1 and Yagao dashes in like a psycho as well. Absolutely insane amount of confidence. Yeah, it's so hilarious. I mean, the thing is, I feel like for Scout that's okay. Basing on a Vamp Scepter against basing, you know, against a Tome and a Crystal, you're not too fast, right? You can now kind of take a couple of health trades. You're gonna slowly lifesteal back up, and that could be a way that he regains a little bit of priority as junglers. What about bottom side play? Here you go.
Elk jumps in for a bit of damage. Hung the target as he gets stunned up as Gala trying to threaten the enemy AD carry. Tarzan moves into the lane, but Hung is so low. This could be dangerous. Gala slowed, stun coming in, knock up onto Tarzan. Stun is there. Damage available as Elk flashes forwards. They're all so low, but Shun's the one turned around on, and the tower shot gets him. LNG play it immaculately.
What the hell is going on? Everyone's splashing in, out. Somehow LNG are the ones to walk away with the kill and no one dropping. BLG, I feel like, you know, read the situation. They had the information at hand as well. Hung goes in. Yeah, I mean, it's a strange one, but no one has flash. We'll see if maybe revisits from either jungler can look to punish. For now, though, again, mid lane trade should be pretty favorable. Health trace, that is, to Scout, because he's got that Vamp Scepter. And that one from earlier. A strange set of ganks coming out from both sides. Let's get a look at it, because you can clearly see Shun, you know, they see Shun. It's not like they don't see Shun. So they made the call very early on to look for the engage, despite the fact it's an immediate 3v2. Flash out from Hung is good to keep him alive, but then Tarzan can't really add anything to this place. So now they're retreating. Rel's got the move forward as a...
that thought. Scout's been found, and my god, what can you do? Bin grabs himself a kill. Second death now for Scout as he's caught in the top side of the jungle. And I mean, Bin resetting with a kill, with a 15 CS lead. You know he's going to come back with a lot of damage. There's a Sheed in his pocket already, as well as a Kindle Gem. That lane ain't getting any easier for Zika.
No, it is not. And he's going to continue to scale on that side lane, Bin. So, yeah, I'm really... What was Scout doing there is the real question.
Ah, they're trying to collapse on him.
Yeah. All right. Well, that makes a little bit more sense then. But sucks, because not only did he get turned around on, he had more immediate help, unfortunately. And not only that, I think as the picture-in-picture collapses, you can see on the top side, a big wave has also crashed into Bin. So not only did he find the kill, he's got a massive wave that he's just soaked up very, very happily.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be under any threat.
He's just relaxing in the top side, isn't he? He's got a big CS lead. He's got the item advantage. And he's got the counter pick. Let's be real. Shun and On, though, chased out of the jungle here. Tarzan doesn't commit to anything.
Not willing to. Do they want the dragon? Is this what this setup is about? I mean, I feel like the laners of LNG are definitely a little bit stronger right now. And they feel it, they're going in.
Shun could be in trouble as On. Gonna get a bit of honey fruit. There's no damage on either side. Like Maokai Leona versus Rel and Sichuani. What is any of them gonna do to the other? And they both, I think, realize it. Backing away, they need some carries involved. Zika, oh no, could be in trouble. Bin looking for damage. Grand Challenge is gonna come off cooldown any second now. Zika so low on HP. Bin just gonna back away. The wave in a decent spot, although that's a lot of minions. The cannon might be able to even things out, I'm not sure. Bin maybe it just crashes this, since he knows both junglers are on the bottom side anyway.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't really care. I think, realistically, unless he's, like, chunked out really low, the threat of him being a 1v2 relatively low flash riposte, he's always going to be able to dodge out on some kind of CC, you'd like to imagine. So yeah, I mean, Bin, again, should just continue to scale up fine, right? He's approaching that kind of 10 CS per minute mark. I'm not going to say he's perfect CSing, but he's going to be getting there relatively soon. LNG really want to start this dragon up sooner rather than later, but they've just not been able to find the window. BLG have done a really good job of just kind of being around the area and having enough pressure. Maybe this is the window. We'll see, because again, I always like to talk about when we get these side laning picks, the way that you can really shut down a Fiora, a Camille, anything like that that wants to hard commit to a side lane is just stack the dragons super early on, but LNG haven't been able to get that one going just yet in the first 3.5 minutes of its life.
Feels like that could be the next target for them. Tarzan's in the area. Yagao finds Scout, but it's a good buffer. On the rocket jump, Scout keeps himself safe. Digging deep here in the mid lane. He's 1 and 2 so far. Found the solo kill, but found the solo death as well, and then caught out on the top side. Does need to be a little cautious in that mid lane, but Yagao not having ult, perhaps has an opportunity for pressure himself in the mid lane. Moves over towards Herald, but he's kind of on the wrong side of the play here. The Sound Soldiers come out. Scout in a 1v2. The stun comes out onto him. Has to just get out of dodge.
Okay, interesting from Scout. Good luck, Elk.
Cleanses the root. Hung moving in. Who's going to tank it is the question. Minions are still there. Well, it's just perfect, isn't it? I love the LNG. They wait as long as possible before tanking the tower, making sure everyone is in range. Immaculate dive onto the AD carry.
Another minor thing as well, don't forget Cleanse gives you like a massive boost of tenacity after the proc as well. It's not just about cleansing that initial CC, it's everything else that follows in the next couple of seconds. So patience pays off there as well, as the change CC comes in after the cleanse, and execution easy as you like on, I think it was on a reset timer. So just again, really good window from LNG to punish. It's the back of that dragon, but as we were alluding to, that scaling battle on the side lane, Bin just picked up his Sunder up, and it's actually well before Zika's gonna pick up that Thorn Mail just to deal with the 1v1. So he is gonna win out really hard on this side lane for now. As let's see, so it's just a cancel of the base. No. Yeah, cancel the base from Elk, and they saw the recall. Wow. Wow. And then they just immediately go, yep, this guy is by himself. Let's kill him. Cleanse comes out, but again, it takes, 2-3 seconds. By the time they start the chain CC, you can see the cleanse already, that tenacity window passed up.
Fantastic stuff. Hey, just great split-second decision-making there from LNG. They see on recall, they're like, this is a dive. Instant. You know it's drilled. You know that they've done that plenty of times in scrims, plenty of times across the course of the year here in the LPL. And LNG, remember, this is the team that nobody really was looking towards as a favorite for finals. Everyone came into playoffs saying it's BLG and JDG once again. Everyone expected that to be our final. But LNG, they want to say something about that. It's not that big of a gold lead just yet, but it's a lead nonetheless. 400 in their favor, and so much of that lead in Gala's pockets. Hung, stunned up by On here as Yagao moves in as well. Blue buff taken by Tarzan, denied from BLG. Scout moving over, Solar Flare. But Azir loves the sun. He's from the desert. Now Scout has been found as stun, buffered. Well played by Scout.
Yeah, really good job. I mean, Scout's had a bit of an awkward set of games. Or was a cut. Going to be in any threat grand challenge isn't cooled down. Yeah, Scout's had a very awkward set of sequence of plays so far this game. That was not one of them. But yeah, I mean, as we get this long extended ban, Bench is going to keep on doing that. Someone needs to do something about it, or LNG need to continue to force plays on the bottom side. And that's pretty much it. BLG,
yeah,
I think the goal is pretty simple in my mind. You either accelerate Bin, or you just look to nullify the plays. Elk by himself again, no cleanse just yet.
Oh, flash underneath the tower from Hung. He's tanking for the time being. Gala has just dived beyond the tower here, and Hung with a stopwatch keeps himself safe. Gala can just walk past the tower, or can he? Magnet Storm to pull him in as Shun arrives, as does Yagao.
Oh, Yagao!
Oh, no! He messes up the shuffle, and it means Shun is caught out in the middle of nowhere. Scout grabs a kill, an absolute whiff on the side of BLG.
Oh man, I think that wall might be too thick to get through it fully. So the idea is he trying to shifts up into the top side, hits the soldier almost, then he comes back down around. But he just messes up on the execution, and because of it, Shun's basically committed for nothing. LNG get everything off the back of the dive because of it.
That's a tough one.
Look. Big tough one indeed. So Elk, no cleanse, just comes up now. By this point, it's useless, right? So he goes down. Stopwatch from On, I believe, to buy some time. Gravity Well to pull him in. Let's get a look at Yagao, though, because does he just think he can't get through? Yeah, he can't really get through that wall. So he's trying to just he's just trying to make it around to reposition, but why? Actually, just walk with Shun. Actually, he's overcomplicated it in his head, to be entirely honest with you. And off the back of it, LNG get a lot of additional kills that perhaps shouldn't have really been afforded. This Herald,
a bit brutal.
I think, was timing out and now is going towards the top side.
I mean, you're quite happy to give this over to Bin, aren't you? He's going to just walk close enough. Gets a riposte to deny some of the damage. As Zika looking for the all-out, but just denied. Riposted. The Grand Duelist, living up to her name here, has been, with that Grand Challenge, Zika's got to be a little bit cautious on this top side not to step too far forwards, because he does not have the same resistances that he's been used to all lane. There we go. All-out drops off. You see Hung and Tarzan in the area on the top side, but they're too late to protect the tower.
Yep, that tower. If Bin has the opportunity to proc Demolish on it, he will kill it, so... Zika. It feels like it's a bit of a done.
Just an auto E at this point, honestly, will finish the job. It's because the plates are down now.
Oh yeah, the plates are off, yeah. No, you're right. Thought the plates are still on. So, yeah, Bin effectively very much one lane. He's got a lot of gold. Remember, he's been sat on that Sunder for like 5 minutes now, so... His next base is going to be pretty hefty. Probably boots and Tiamat. Maybe a couple of extra components as well, if I had to wager a guess.
He's going to finish the tower off now. So we'll see that recall come on through, and we'll see what he's able to purchase. It's going to be a lot. He's got almost a 50 CS lead up top. That is disgusting from Bin. He is the shining light for BLG right now. He's the reason that the gold is even in the game. Because when it comes to mid, when it comes to bot, there's a big advantage for LNG right now. And Tarzan, once again, I feel like we keep on saying this about his Maokai. 2-0-2. Phenomenal early game, playing to shut down what Shun is trying to make happen.
Exactly. And he's been proactive. He's not just been shutting down Shun, he's been proactive. That's the thing. And BLG, Shun, not really had much of a say in this game, right? I feel like the setup is really difficult. It's not really his fault, unless he's really playing to abuse top, which he just hasn't been. He's been trying to cover the bottom. He's been trying to cover mid as well. Just not worked out for him. And now LNG continuing to put pressure down when and where they can. They really want to try and start this Dragon up ASAP, but looking more to put a little bit of threat down onto the laners of BLG before that one comes through.
I feel like BLG right now need to just acknowledge that they cannot fight on the bottom side. If Bin's not there, they cannot fight. Bin going full Killian Murphy here. No fighting. Tommy Shelby at the top side just shouting at his teammates, please, for the love of God, stop fighting them. Stop giving them leads. I'll carry this game if you just stop fighting.
No. This is the LPL, Joe. You don't know where we are? Come on, buddy.
Oh, I know where we are. That's why he's so pressed. That's why he's shouting it down the microphone. Zika maybe oversteps here. Shun has his ultimate available, but looks like they're not going to commit to anything. Just going to let the recalls go on through on either side. And Bin can continue his pressure in the solo lane. I'm curious if they do swap him down to that bottom side to try and take the tier 1 tower.
Yeah. Look at the resets right now. Ezreal's mid. Looks like Igal's pathing, opening out through top. So yeah, it seems like that's going to be the case. No dragon, of course, right? Wherever the dragon is, expect Bin basically to be on the opposite side of the map to that. Unless the Baron is up, in which case you'll see Bin be on the bottom lane. So very close to picking up that second item. Come towards the tier 2 boost instead for now. And once he does pick up that second item, he's really going to be a problem that I feel like Zika. It's just too difficult to deal with because he can just kind of space you out, proc the vitals, very slowly but surely whittle you down, and any damage that you do put into a health bar, she'll heal up off the wave. So yeah, LNG have that timer to deal with.
Take a look at the top lane gold a second, Jamada.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, no,
it's 17 minutes, and Bin is almost 2,500 gold up. That is insane. I mean, this feels like the World's Finals game that Suning won, where Bin was just an absolute monster on Fiora. If you remember correctly, that was SOFM with the tank Rengar too. What a game. What a game.
I
the
missed
counter
that
to
scientist.
Effelin. Legendary stuff. But yeah, I mean, it was all about Bin in the cage match. It was all about Bin getting so far ahead on this Fiora that he could even take over teamfights. Didn't even have to side lane. And that feels like the state for BLG. Bin's got to dig deep and be the carry for the team that we all know he can be.
And I like this, actually. So this is both good, but it's going to suck individually for Zika, because if they start putting Scout into Bin, then I feel like Scout should be able to wave clear enough, right? Defend against the Fiora enough. But the problem is, Zika's inventory, right? Look, he's got a Thorn Mail and he's got a Cloth Armor because he's probably going towards Tabbies. He's not really suited to deal with Yagao. Yagao's going to melt him. So he is really just on wave clear duty, pretty much. Been relegated here, and it's going to give BLG a little bit more breathing room. Speaking of, by the way, they've also got the Herald still, I'm pretty sure, right? That's in Shun's hands, so
yeah.
See where they look to actually try and place that one down. Eyeing up maybe a bot side player. Scout has people in the area, and he's trying to shove in this tower.
Oh, Bin's going in onto Scout, and there's an ult coming out from Shun, but Scout buffers it again. He just doesn't miss with the W's as Zika comes in on the backside of the play here. Yagao ults everyone away, gets into the team, but the bomb is on his head, and he blows to smithereens. Scout managing to save the play once again as Zika flashes forwards here. Can't find much else on the back of it.
Pinball in the middle of BLG members there. Yagao goes down. LNG able to defend the play, and Scout, you know, despite those couple of small blunders, his rocket jump timings have generally been so on point dealing with Shun's ultimate. Herald is going to get put down here in the mid lane, so they should just about trade out on the tower. Maybe if Bin can get his Demolish proc off, it doesn't look like he will be able to. Oh, Scout. He's feeling himself.
Hang on. Okay, they won't chase for this one. I thought they were going to go trying to chase them out of the map there, but Scout decides not to go for it for the time being. And remember, we're talking about scaling for BLG, but LNG certainly no slouch. Double AD carry composition here. You got the AP in the form of your Maokai as well, so this composition can certainly team fight later on into the game. BLG can't afford to fall too far behind. Scout doing so much to shut down Bin.
Yeah, exactly. Bin tries to get the riposte down to find the slope. Doesn't quite connect, but again, an excellently timed rocket jump brings him out of danger. Scout, that is, and then you see here, buster shot onto Yagao trying to get out. He actually gets knocked back by Zuka, and then the buster shot connects. Makes him go back and forward. So we come out of the replay. BLG at least take this tier 1, which is like a bit of reprieve, right? They're going to be able to hold a little bit of pressure here for now, but like you have to do something with it. You have to go and get the dragon. You have to maybe, I don't want to say threaten a Baron. I feel like if you try and threaten a Baron without 2 items on Elk and Yagao, you could just run into the issue of being run over by Tarzan pressing his R key in front of the pit. So see if you can find the dragon, as LNG are actually kind of posturing more to shut down Bin on the side lane, which honestly, I don't mind this. You've got the first 2 dragons. If you give up this next dragon, the only objective on the map is Baron. You can just play for that.
I'm a big fan of this. I feel like Bin is the way that really BLG wins right now. So LNG understanding what's going on. Scout, the centerpiece, it feels like, of this composition so far. Bin underneath his tower, dashes away. Solar Flare flashed from 4 players committed topside for LNG, and BLG survive it. Bin gets out with his life. It's a Drake on the bottom side for BLG. Another wave pushed in the mid lane. So BLG, a small win for them on Bin surviving, but they will still lose that tier 1 on the top side.
I've really got to give credit to LNG here, because I feel like the amount of teams you'll just see, you know, give up on this side lane, just put Zika into it and just tell him to hold on, right? And look for that 3rd dragon. Sure, they lose out on this dragon, and that's going to suck in the immediate future. There's no like soul pressure, but now LNG have the opportunity to just focus on the Baron, right? And try and bring BLG into an awkward position, keep Scout roughly wherever Bin is. I will say the only awkward thing for now is that without teleport, they go back to putting Zika into Bin. But it's not the end of the world. Look, he's still got to get through the tier 1, the tier 2 before he's even touching the base. LNG, prime position with the Maokai set out to just slowly but surely suffocate BLG's vision out from this top side and look for a Baron attempt whenever it seems worthy.
Thornmail's been picked up now. Oh, recall denied. Nice little ult from Elk there. I feel like that's the first true shot barrage I've seen all game, to be honest. As at least Thornmail's finished off for Zika as well, so as you're saying, if he does end up stuck in that side lane against Bin, less one-sided as that is a big old LPL gold graph, isn't it? That's an extremely LPL gold graph. Granted, it's only 1,000 on one side and 700 on the other side, so it looks exaggerated, but yeah, very back and forth early game, as you can see. But BLG behind currently. It's LNG with the advantage. Ult comes out onto Scout here, but not much follow-up available, or is there? The crash down comes in, but On is just obliterated. Solar Flare onto Elk. He can't quite Captain Jacket, but Hung falls as Bin dives into the play himself. True Shot Barrage available. Tarzan has to be careful. Oh, it's ever so close, but it's ever so wide. BLG, 1 for 1 on supports.
Is If this is a Baron angle, look how chunked out LNG are. A lot of the health bars are practically full. It's just Shun that's chunked out. Yeah, I think they see the angle as well. They're going to go for it. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them. LNG have to try and vamp up, get back over here. It's a risky gambit from BLG, but you can't really blame them given the game state. Baron is dropping low, Joe. They might just get it.
They're going to get the Baron. Can they get the fight as well is the question. Baron taken. They're trying to get out over the back wall here. They dive in all out to one. Yagao knocks them sideways as Bin tries to get out the top side of the play. Elk is alone here, and Scout will finish him off. That's 2 already, but BLG get out with 3.
Okay, that is a heist for BLG. As far as this game is concerned and how LNG have been navigating a lot of the lane assignments, the fact they're able to walk away with that Baron on 3 members is a pretty big deal. On Bin, I think crucially, the one that walks away with it, the fact that he's going to be on the side lane now of that Baron buff is huge. So let's see what BLG can do with the pressure. LNG, I mean, again, they kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit with the engages overall, but again, it came at the cost of realistically looking for such strong lane assignments as On. Oh my goodness.
So Scout's doing a bit of damage, I think it's fair to say at this point. Like 2.5 items, he is shredding people.
This is 2 towers.
Off the back of, you know, a couple of blunders early on. Went for the
2 towers.
1 for 1 in the mid lane, which I don't think that was quite a blunder, but then getting caught out on the top side. Demolish comes in, as you say, 2 towers taken down. LNG are snowballing like crazy. It doesn't look like they're that far ahead. Oh, the solar flare is so good from Hug. Denies the punish from Shun. Bin trying to collapse as well. Can they just run it down the mid lane, perhaps? They've got a minion wave.
Yeah, they should be able to bodyguard this one off Shun, so maybe they answer out those 2 towers they lost with a tower of their own, but still feels bad, doesn't it? At the end of the day, LNG will take their reset. They'll be back to defend the inhibitor tower at the very least. They probably lose this tier 2 up here, as BLG will look to rotate over. But again, is it really the end of the world?
I don't think they can actually threaten the tier 2, honestly. LNG are moving over, and yeah, you've got Baron, and maybe they can whittle it down with Baroned up cannons. Maybe that's the way they get the tier 2 with BLG. Calling the bluff on the top rotation. They move back into the mid lane instead. Mid inhib tower, suddenly half HP. Elk engaged on by Hung here, but they can retreat to the Sundisk. The roots come in, but it's a dive in your own territory here for LNG. They can't get past the Sundisk as Zeka moves in. Enemy's Bin can take the tier 2 with the top side. Gala pressured. As the mid tier 3, sorry. On barely any HP, On moves in, they'll finish the tower. This is beautiful from BLG, and suddenly they're back ahead in gold.
It's been a game of cat and mouse the entire game, the last 10 minutes. It's Tom and Jerry, everyone's walking around. LNG were out-rotating BLG for so long, but this small sequence here from BLG nets them effectively 3 towers. Almost the inhibitor. Really, really good stuff there. Baron's going to time out in 30 seconds, and they should be able to get the Dragon as well on the back out of this sequence too.
And it feels like this is a sequence of plays that is saving BLG in the series. A 2-1 down, and it felt like they were pretty far down in this game with Scout being an absolute monster. Good ult from Elk. He's starting to do some damage on this Ezreal. Drake up onto the map. You do not want to let Infernal Soul point go to LNG. It does feel like BLG have control of the area, and Bin is putting so much pressure on the top side. Yeah. Scout has to go over and answer. Tarzan could maybe look for a steal. There's a ward in the pit here. Has been in a 2v1. He almost gets it, but taken down by Scout. Dragon taken by BLG. They've got to get out of here before they're punished.
Yeah, this is rough. LNG have kind of been caught in this death roll here by BLG that you don't want to be caught in, right? Fiora on the side lane, matching the Cassante. That's perfect. LNG can't really... Horizon. Yeah, I mean, LNG can't really even answer, you know, the 4v4. They're outranged by Elk. Yagao soldiers as well make it very difficult to approach. This is not really the best spot for LNG to be in. It's the best spot, realistically, I think, for BLG. I think once the teleports come back out, Joe, once that teleport's up and available for Scout, then what I would expect the adaptation to be is basically Scout and Zuka just try and match Bin 24/7 and then look to teleport to a play. Don't let the rest of your core get engaged on. As, yeah, they just make the call effectively to give up the Dragon, look to play onto Bin. Great riposte here. All Out comes through to bring him into Scout, and then he tries to dump the damage into Zuka. Can't quite get that. Oh, he did. I think he got the Vial on the right-hand side, but not the top one, comically. Yeah. So healing could have maybe come through and made a difference, but unfortunately in this case, hasn't quite managed to hit the mark.
I think he had his second E auto that was about to go through as well, which maybe would have actually got the kill on Zika. That was really a game of inches. But they shut him down, and that's all that actually matters at the end of the day. Big CS leads as well in both mid and bot. for the side of LNG. But then Bin has matched those 2 CS leads in his singular lane. Bin is doing so much heavy lifting for the side of BLG, for the side, or at least for their gold lead in this game. And Elk, you know, he's not got the greatest scoreline in this game, but the Ezreal, 2 items, almost 3 now. He's starting to come online, and like you say, the zone control that he offers feels like is important. Both him and Yagao, if they can finish those 3rd items, it's such a huge spike for them, but they're a full, like, half item behind at this point. LNG know it, but hung slightly wide on the solar flare, trying to get that engage.
Looking for it is the crucial thing, and I think LNG know. Again, you know, you try and match up to BLG in the 4v4, Elk and Yagao are probably going to outrange you. You need the ultimates of Tarzan and Hung to connect, and on the side lane, you're just on that timer, right? Bin's going to slowly push back Zuko on the Cassante, so you have to make a decision. But either decision it feels like you make, you're going to just lose out so much more. Here you go, maybe a 2v1 onto Bin between Scout and Zuko, but not quite able to find the mark.
There's no way they're getting away with that one. And BLG forcing priority in the mid lane by cutting off the wave, making sure that there's no universe where LNG get mid prior. There's no universe where they can get control. And it feels like right now, BLG, despite the gold being fairly even, despite the carries being ahead on LNG, at least in mid and bot, it's BLG that have control of River. And LNG, they're so desperate for this win. Imagine what a story it would be if they made it into finals now. Nobody expecting them. BLG fighting now as LNG do muscle their way into River, and Baron is up on the map.
Yeah, they're making the call. They know Bin's winning out on the side lane. They want his teleport out at least. This Baron's getting melted, actually. Double AD carry.
It's gone. It's already gone. They've taken, and now BLG potentially in a 4v5 as On actually goes in for this one. Hung low, but Scout just shreds them. I mean, it's disaster for BLG. LNG have just annihilated them. Bin is trying to make a base race happen, but in the meantime, his whole team has been taken apart. Scout flashing to get on top of Elk, who will jump away. Scout can't quite close the gap, and Elk will survive, but now LNG, they move into the base.
Is this the game? Do they have enough time? Do Bin and Elk have enough in the tank to defend this with Baron and almost every member available to take down these towers? I don't think they do. Here's the teleport from Zuko as well. 4 versus 2, Joe. GA on Bin. They have to end it here.
Elk and Bin versus the world, the 2 main characters of the MSI run for BLG. They have to defend as On has respawned again. Bin threatening on the top side of the players. 1 tower goes down. LNG, they want their rematch against JDG, but they're going to finish BLG off first. Elk still fighting from safety, but LNG, they take down On. Recalls coming on through as the respawns have arrived from BLG. If they can find picks, this could turn around. But the feathers are huge! It's a knockback across the team here, trading back and forth. BLG diving forwards. A TP into the base. It's Zika, it's Scout to try and finish the game. He's on to the next. This is Yagao. Looks for his opposite man. Has to deny. But Scout taken down. Stunned. They've got it into the death realm. Can they finish him? He's down, but the rest of the team is here. It's Gala to finish the game. And LNG booked their ticket to finals.
Maybe dreams can come true after all for LNG. Taking down BLG 3-1. This one was hard fought, the game 4, but BLG just can't answer LNG's smart map rotations throughout. They had a couple of small sequences where, yes, they could, but for LNG, what a moment. They booked their ticket and their rematch into JDG in the finals. What a way to do it as well.
Absolutely unbelievable. And Scout, the man to make the play that wins the series. He has been so incredible for LNG all year long. He left EDG, his team of 6 years. He had stability. He had a home. He chose to try and find another win on a different organization. Moving over to LNG. Gala joining the squad as well. Tarzan there, the franchise player. And it feels like it's worked out. It feels like this is the furthest that LNG have made it in years and years. In fact, this might be the first LNG final ever. What a way to do it. And now a rematch against JDG.
A rematch which I feel like many were potentially not expecting, given, you know, even though JDG beat BLG 3-0, a lot of people still had BLG down as favorites today. And
yeah,
I mean, you know, we've used the word defy quite a few times, and I feel like it's still quite fitting. You know, the expectations were broken today, and LNG, I think, earned their spot into this finals bye. They did outplay BLG today, plain and simple. They had a better draft read. They executed on their drafts generally better, and it felt like BLG basically went 2 games down and went, oh no, we might lose the series. Let's draft seriously. Drafted seriously and then still lost, right? That's genuinely kind of how it feels, given where they were at in game 2 and 3. An honest assessment, to be honest. And now, you know, down in 3rd place, it seems. Likely still to qualify, unless, of course, LNG break the golden road, which is now the opportunity LNG have for themselves to not only crown themselves as champion, halt JDG's advance for the perfect year. Goodness me, the stories just, they just write themselves.
And the thing for LNG as well is, like, when you think about where these players came from in their histories, like, you've got Griffin for Tarzan, this like legendary roster. You've got EDG for Scout. He's like the franchise player of EDG. He is EDG, moves over. And then you've got modern RNG in Gala, the player that got them 2 MSIs back to back. You combine these 3 forces to create this LNG roster that just looks absolutely phenomenal. Zika has leveled up massively this year. Hung joining this roster after being on so many rosters that just never could work. It felt like this is finally the perfect team for all of these different players, bringing all these different strengths together, and now making LPL Summer Finals and an opportunity for a rematch against JDG, the team that they took to 5 games earlier in the tournament. Honestly, it's just beautiful for LNG.
Yeah, you know, there's so much now, I suppose, on the line, you know, for LNG, the opportunity to win a title for one, but break JDG, the perfect year.
Yeah.
I think the fact that, you know, you're right, they've got this perfect storm of all of these franchise players from all these different organizations coming together. It does feel like the perfect concoction, it feels like, of a roster to take down JDG potentially in a series, right? They came so close not too long ago, looking to repeat that same story, but this time write it with a different ending.
Yeah, and it'll be Scout versus Knight once again. Knight, considered a veteran in the LPL nowadays, but to Scout, he's still a young upstart, you know? Like, to Scout, he's barely been playing a year or 2. It's going to be an exciting final, that is for sure. And Tarzan versus Kanavi as well. Like, what a story there. Both, you know, ex-LCK, if you will, although Kanavi never actually played in the LCK. That will be a final and a half. But, I mean, this series, we'll kind of debrief on this one first. LNG doing such a good job to answer BLG, right? Making sure to shut down Bin, because Bin was getting monstrous. Bin was so hard to deal with. But LNG doing just that right amount of balancing act of contesting the Drakes while still stopping Bin in the side lane.
Yeah, you know what? I really have to give credit to LNG and how they handled Bin on the side lane. The Fiora was really efficiently dealt with. To be honest with you, I've not seen a pro team deal with a side lane issue and threat like that for a long time. I feel like this was very, very smart, and it drags me back to watching LNG in Spring. I bring it up like a broken record, but I'm sorry. They were the thinking man's League of Legends team in the LPL. I'm not saying that other LPL teams don't think, but it always felt like that these guys are brains first, hands second, and in that sequence, shutting down Bin, sending Scout, sending Zuko constantly to the side lane, giving up the Dragon, cross-mapping, that was all a part of a much grander plan to ensure that they could have a stable transition into the later stages. And yeah, just by doing that, not allowing Bin all of that freedom, basically set them up for, you know, the potential Baron attempt into basically shutting down a lot of what BLG had. And whilst the answer was certainly there, you started to see it, right? The range from the Azir, the Ezreal, all of that good stuff. In the end, a couple of mishaps perhaps from BLG, but also very smart and decisive calls from LNG give them everything they wanted out of today.
It's fantastic stuff to see. And like you say, very intelligent play from LNG, but I think credit has to be given to the laners as well in both mid and bot. I mean, Zeka doing a really good job on the Gnar, obviously counterpicked in this final one, so that was always going to be a tough matchup. But Scout consistently getting advantages in the mid lane. Gala and Hung like winning out 2v2, so, or at least just neutralizing the 2v2 at minimum, managing to then find opportunities through Tarzan to find those kills early on and convert to later on. Like, the biggest strength that BLG has had all year is dominating lanes and then converting that lead elsewhere. And I feel like Scout, Gala, Hung, all three of them had done such a good job across the course of this series of making sure that mid and bot lane cannot snowball out of control.
Yeah, absolutely right. I feel like they had a really good thumb on, you know, Onigao, on Elk throughout a lot of this series. It was only really the game one, which was the big slip up to me, where it's like, hey, you know, you guys clearly have tools. Why aren't you using them? Outside of that, I feel like that game one was a bit of a wake up call. After that, it was LNG game 2, heavy dominance. LNG game 3, a little bit of pushback from BLG, but still something where, you know, you felt like LNG were going to win throughout because of mostly the draft differences. And then this game 4, whilst definitely, you know, hard thought by the side of BLG with this side lane attempt from Bin, which we've seen so many times before, they couldn't quite hit the execution threshold. They couldn't hop the hurdles that it takes to make the Fiora work on the side lane just by a couple of smart plays and outplays from LNG. LNG, I feel like, well equipped, honestly, to go into this JDG series now, having seen their best of 5 against them already prior, and this best of 5 here into BLG. You can only really feel relatively confident, to be honest with you, unless BLG have been cooking up something, right? This does look like a series that LNG can walk into hungry and ready to try and take down.
Scout gonna grab himself the MVP. That's his 20th of summer. That is insane. 20 MVPs in a single split, including playoffs. You can see 6 there across the course of playoffs. Absolutely monstrous year from Scout. Feels like he came over to LNG and he came to play. And I mean, just like you say, incredible stuff just in the mid lane in the 1v1, but also the map play coming out from him, right? So consistently on point in terms of making sure that Bin can't get ahead, and making sure he controls that mid lane.
Exactly right. Again, I think that the LNG lane assignment decisions were so smart, keeping Scout into Bin for a lot of this, you know, sort of mid game, and it really hamstrung anything that BLG could really look to achieve in the pressure department. And yeah, again, I feel like Scout had a phenomenal series, 20th MVP. What is the record for the most MVPs in a split? If it's not Scout holding it right now, I would genuinely be surprised. Because, yeah, 20 is absolutely absurd. Kind of hogging it for the rest of the team. We made that joke at the start of the day.
Yeah, and it's not like the rest of the team aren't playing well, but Scout is just on another level right now. This Tristana that we talked about, so valuable for LNG. The double AD carry just annihilating Baron. And then Scout able to just completely take over these team fights, playing just immaculately. It's so good to watch Scout when he's in form, and boy is he in form.
Boy is he in form, and you wonder how he's going to look into Night in the finals, right? That is the big bad boss JDG have been all year long. You don't really expect that the performances are going to slow up now just because they're in the finals. LNG full charge ahead, looking for in the 3-2 series from earlier in that second round robin.
I can't be honest, I can't wait for that final. Like, I love BLG more than most. I consider myself to be like the chief of the fan club for BLG at this point. But I'm kind of glad in a weird way that LNG is in that final, because after how BLG just got dismantled by JDG in the most recent series, like, this is going to be a way better final than what BLG was going to provide for us against JDG. We get a rematch of, you can see Game 8 there in the scoreboard, JDG 3-2, and LNG actually throwing a game in that series as well. That easily could have been a 3-2 to LNG. JDG, I hope you are watching these VODs. I hope you are prepping, because you are going to need it. That'll be in 4 days' time on the 5th of August, our grand finals, and LNG have an opportunity to make history and to deny the golden road for JDG.
What an opportunity. It's so long. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, this could be their first finals ever, for one. And number two, being able to have this opportunity for the rematch, given how close they were, it feels akin to the JDG BLG story of spring, doesn't it? Remember how BLG, JDG, same side of the bracket almost, played out against each other. BLG almost took them down. There was a couple of throws in there. Maybe this time JDG can right the wrongs or LNG can right the wrongs of themselves, but also stop a story from repeating itself like it did in spring, with so many accolades on the line as well. Who would have thought that LNG would have made it this far into finals? But that is competition. That is League of Legends. That is the LPL.
I'll tell you who would have thought. Goldbug.
Goldbug. Yeah, he's been messaging me on the side, mate. I know. He's happy.
We salute you, Goldbug. You got your LNG finalists, the first time ever. And hey, Jamada, you may have just predicted them as a typo, but your prediction is correct with an LNG 3-1 over BLG. I don't think many people were expecting this today, but wow. What a performance and a deserved finals appearance for LNG. The question remaining now is, can they finish the job? I'm excited to see, because at this point, I'm starting to believe.
Belief is a big word. Belief is a big word. I feel like JDG, when the pressure is on, they pull out the cards that are needed to to really pull out the results here domestically. So it's hard for me to say, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's a very compelling story. And given how BLG were dismantled against JDG and dismantled today, I feel like LNG have earned their shot at trying to topple the kings of the LPL this year.
They've more than earned it. We've got our finals locked in. 5th of August is when they'll be coming to your screens. Make sure you are there, because there's no two ways about it. It is going to be historic. JDG versus LNG in a few days' time. That is it from us in the LPL. We have 4 series remaining for the year, our finals and our regionals. And then it'll be over to Worlds. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We'll see you in chat for finals. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.